Welcome, everyone. We're going live right now. Going to give you a quick update about what's happening in Syria. Terrible news. The government forces combined with the radical jihadist, terrorist groups there have just started marching. They called it jihad to go and exterminate the Druze. And they are marching down right now with people and factions coming flocking like, flies from all over Syria, attempting to come and reach. Here, let me show you some images. Going from all around the area, as you can see here, trying to reach Sueda, the mountain of the Druze. The government have joined them. They're not trying to stop them. They started sending tanks with them. I'll show you the videos here in the back as I'm talking. These are Khalifa. Thank you for joining, brother. Here, guys, you can see these are convoys of tanks, military weapons, government tanks that are driving on the way to Sueda. I have my relatives there that I'm talking to. They're hearing bombing and shelling, heavy artillery on the Druze villages. There's a very, very sinister strategy that is happening here, where we're going to show you. Let's just run you through the video first. We get a picture. Who are you following? We are the people of the government, basically, they're saying. So they're asking factions, because I told you that Syria is the Mad Max of jihadists. There's different jihadist factions there, but they're all backed by the government. So now they're going around joining the government convoy as they're going to destroy and to genocide the group of people. And they're asking, which faction are you? And some will say Daesh, some will say Al-Qaeda, some will say Nusra, some will say the government. They're all taking pride because the government of Syria right now is just literally a mix of terrorist organizations. Nothing less, nothing more. Don't let anyone fool you. So let's keep going right now and see what's happening. These are anti-aircrafts, armored vehicles, anti-personnel, convoys of tanks driving into the Druze villages right now. They started reshelling them. As we're speaking, they're bombarding them, they're shelling them. And look here, you see it's a flat ground. That is very, very important to understand what's happening here. The idea that it's a flat ground, I'm going to explain it in a second. So see, these cowards are too afraid to go to the mountain because they know if they go to the mountain of the Druze, they're dead. Or it's going to be very difficult for them to fight the Druze there. So what they do is they go and they pick up on these Druze villages of farmers that are under the mountain in the flat land. And they're going and shelling them and attacking them and killing and kidnapping, forcing the Druze to leave their mountain and to go down and start, saving their brothers and sisters. Now, what happened is once the Druze leave the mountains, they don't have tanks. They don't have, drones, aircraft. They barely have ammunition. They lose the advantage of the land and they're exposed. And there it's easy to slaughter them. So what they're doing is systematically starting to genocide from around and to lure the Druze brave men and women to go and fight outside so they can kill them. And meanwhile, these monsters right here, they will hide. They will hide out there in the roads and ambush them as they're trying to go. And that is the tactic that they're implying right now, guys. It's happening as we speak. I'll show you images that were sent to me by my relative. I'll show you some WhatsApp messages that were sent to me by sources and relatives from Syria. I deleted the names and covered to protect their identity. But see, they're just going around trying to sneak on them and just ambush them as they come down to save innocent people. By the way, not only Druze, there's Christians who are fighting alongside the Druze, and there's the first Christian hero, you can call it, fell down. This is, by the way, look here. Internal Security Command. These are vehicles of the government that are, being used to utilize. They're not being kidnapped by jihadists. They're literally official government people. The government there are all, relatives, if not active members of these jihadist groups. Sorry, I'm a bit upset because I just spoke with my friends and relatives and I'm hearing the bombing and the shelling. I'm sure Khalifa as well. have his relatives and sources there. We're hearing the bombing and the shelling happening as we go. They're going around, all taking pride, excited how they can go and slaughter the Druze. This is the villages that you're seeing. That's like the land that they're not in the mountain anymore. They're trying to lure them into these kill zones. This is very interesting. This is very, very interesting. Watch this. So this is an armored personnel of this government that was taken by these Druze warriors. On the fire, literally flat ground. See, they're fighting them, they're facing them, they're running to face them to save lives. They're shooting at us right now, he said, they're shooting at us. This is the car of these pigs. This is a drone. They're using drones against them as well. They're calling them pigs. They speak the language. This is very interesting. This is some Druze warriors who fought and caught some of these government. They're not anymore, the factions. Government soldiers that came to kill them. They apprehended them. You can see a Druze.
You can see that he's a foreigner. He's not a local fighter. And that's very important. We're gonna talk about that. That's a very important thing.
So that's a foreigner.
Yeah, he is. You can see on his face. Not this one. This guy over here. The one standing with the black shirt. He's a foreigner. He's not a local personnel.
Probably one of the foreigners that went and joined these jihadists. So yes. So you're seeing right now. Druze religious men, they're farmers, guys. They are farmers. They work the land. They're religious, are forced to wear their vest, go and get out of their mountains to go and fight against tanks, against artillery, against a whole army of jihadists with their factions coming to murder them. And here, that is one of the stories that was sent. I actually know the friend of this guy, a Druze friend of this Christian guy who came and told me a Christian guy died fighting for his family in Western Sueda after it was being attacked by jihadists. Maybe I have the full picture of the guy. It's not here. But this attack in Syria is happening against the Druze, against the Christians, against the Alawites, against, every minority that is happening here. Sorry, I just got, very upset. I just want to thank you, AIPAC. This is a time for everybody. If Israel doesn't help, I will lose all respect for my country.
Can I ask you a few questions? This is like, just to put important things to the discourse. First of all, do you think that this thing started, by accident, or was it like part of strategic plan? Do you think what do you think about it?
I am certain that it was part of a strategic plan. I think that the government in Syria, once Israel told them, hand off the Druze and don't go down from Damascus, have been pushing their proxies, basically the Bedouins, to go and wear off the Druze. They've been trying to infiltrate their police and trying to starve them, to stop them from getting ammunition, to disarm them. Checkpoints outside. Anyone who goes, they shoot him, they snipe him. That's true. And now I think what they felt is, with America normalizing relationship with Syria, Donald Trump, talking about El Shara, that he's a very impressive man. Israel started to talk, maybe we can have peace with him. I think the Syrians started feeling the comfort of like, okay, we're fooling everyone. Everyone is trying to be on our side now. Now is the time to go and cleanse and kill, because this is the original plan.
So this is strategic act. I assume the same, even if it's not, and I'm positive it's not. I'm assuming that is a part of some plan. So now let's discuss who are the people conducting this plan. Like who's the pawns?
Who are the people? So we know it's Jawlani. We know it's the government. We've seen here. Who are you? We are people of the government. They're saying this government is with us. We've seen ISIS flags with them. We've seen Al-Qaeda flags with them. You just pointed out that there were a few foreigners with them. Did I miss someone?
No, that's more than enough. You named very important, like the main characters. And you started by mentioning Jolani. So who backs Julani in terms of supply of money, of goods, of political power? Who pushes this man? Who's behind him?
As far as I know, Turkey is undoubtedly behind him.
Mm-hmm. That's one. There's another major one.
I don't know. I've heard rumors that Saudi Arabia or the Emirates, that one of them is playing a game there. I don't know. I don't know how Qatar will be involved here, to be honest with you, because Qatar is more on the side of Iran. And these guys right now are kind of detaching from Iran. But then Qatar also wants anarchy and disableness in all of the region. So they might actually be a player here. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, okay. So the tension that you just mentioned, like we have one founding father for this government, who is Turkey, no doubt about it. And they do help those forces with intelligence, with machine guns, with armors and all those things. That's Turkey, okay? But still, in the Arab world, in the Muslim world, there are some countries that claim, to lead this world. One of them is Saudi Arabia, UAE is another one, and Qatar. Okay, so it's not a coincidence that you mentioned three of them, because they are fighting on this region, and now, by simply analyzing what just happened, that's a Qatari book one-on-one. Everybody knows what the strategic tactics of Qatar. What they do, they start a fire, and then they go and present themselves as the firemen, as the firefighters. So what's happening here? You had those Bedouin forces. Some of them are ISIS, some of them are foreigners, some of them, intelligence officers for the Turks, for the Qataris, whatever you like. We don't know, but we could assume. They come with drones, with tanks, and all those things, prepared for the invasion to the Sueda province. So basically, you lead, and we seen it live on last April and May, when the same exact thing happened in Sahnaya, in Damascus, because this is how it started. You start with some gangs. You say something, I don't know, like I don't know, some event started a fuss, and then this thing escalates, and we start fire, like exchanging fires. And after that, you will have the same forces, but now claiming to be the sovereign forces, the government, so-called, and they always work with one part of the map, which is the Sunni people, and they come and they use this instability, like, to put their forces on the ground. And this is what we are seeing happening now. All those tanks are trying to invade Sueda, to occupy it, but they needed ISIS to play the dirty work. And now what they are doing, they're literally driving over Druze people, civilians. This is a situation when your country turns against you, and it's doing it using terror groups and using it through like foreign funding.
It's sad to say, Khalifa, I'm sad to add that I don't know if we can call it anymore your country for the Syrians. I feel like this country was kidnapped by jihadists, by evil people, and many Syrians are going to have to face the reality it's not their country anymore. It's not the country anymore of the peaceful Syrians. It's not the country anymore of the Christians, the Alawite, the Druze, the one that are trying to live there peacefully. It's the country of the radical jihadists. For those who joined the channel, and sorry for cutting in, right now, as we're talking, the government of Syria, alongside the jihadists and Daesh and ISIS and all these guys, are sending tanks, heavy artillery, drones, attacking Druze villages, shelling them, bombarding them. They have no way to defend themselves. They gain confidence by believing that the West have abandoned the minorities in Syria, and that Israel is normalizing relationship with Jawlani al-Shah and America as well. And they felt that this is our chance to go and actually do what they wanted to do all along, which is to ethnically cleanse the minorities in Syria. And as we're talking here, I'll show you some images that were sent to me by my relatives and friends. So these are views that they're seeing outside their house in the flatland. Druze villages are being heavily shelled and bombarded. Inside the villages right over there. I'm going to read for you some of the analytics that I've been getting from sources. That's, by the way, the Druze villages are outside the mountain. So what they're happening, instead of fighting them in the mountain, they're too afraid to go, they're luring them. I can't hear you, Khalifa. You're muted. Khalifa, you're muted. We can't hear you. They're luring them outside of the mountain to go down to the land so they can find them and kill them. Now here, let me read for you some of the things. So Ministry of Interior spokesman Rudir al-Baba, Interior and Ministry of Defense forces entered Sueda in the early hours of the morning. That's the notification they're sending their people. We expect the situation in Sueda governorate to be resolved by this afternoon. So they were literally expecting this blitz attack to go and take over the Druze and khalas, finish them by the afternoon. Outlaw groups rely on using civilians as human shields for their deployment. The recovery of the kidnapped is a matter of time, and anyone who wants to join the state's apparatus is welcome. So I think this is actually said by the Druze, saying that they're going to go and fight to bring back the kidnaps, because once they went and started attacking the Druze, they also were kidnapping Druze. So the Druze went to recover the kidnaps, and many times they actually managed to go and recover them. In a brave, daring operations, they went into the enemy territory and fought against the tanks and everything and brought back their hostages. But we're talking about civilians, farmers. And then before initiating the security deployment plan, we communicate with all active parties in Sueda. The outlaw groups must be, and let's see what's happening next. Important, urgent statement issued by the spiritual president calling for international protection. 2, we are categorically rejected the entry of any security authority into our areas, especially the general security. So the government is trying to say, let us enter, let us enter. Let us enter and disarm you and everything is going to be fine. While driving with ISIS flag and Daesh flag and all these things, they're telling you, let us enter to your towns, your villages, give us all your weapons, bring the men out, and we'll make sure there's peace. Now, where did it happen? Haybar ya Yahud. Remember where that story? When they attacked the Jewish city of Haybar, they told them, listen, we come in peace. We don't want to fight anymore. Just come out and let's talk. They came out, what they did, give us your weapons. Everything's fine. Come out and we'll have a peaceful surrender. We'll let you live peacefully. They slaughtered the men. They made their women and children as sex slaves. They even gathered all the women and children in one occasion and put them and made them watch how they behead all the Jewish men. And then later on took their daughters as sex slaves. So that is the tactic that these jihadists are implementing. And the Druze are not going to fall for it. Said, no, we're not going to go out. We're not going to give you our weapons. 3, last night, public security personnel entered our administrative borders under the cover of protection, but they bombed our border villages and supporters, the Takfir gangs, using heavy weapons and drones. 4, we hold the full responsibility for anyone who participate to or seek to bring public security into the areas for all those involved, targeting our people and our land. 5, we repeat our urgent request for secure, immediate international protection in order to protect the blood of our people. 6, God help, and we will not hesitate to defend our dignity and our land by all legitimate means. That is the Druze for you in Syria right now. I just read to you the whole situation. They tried to trick them, they tried to infiltrate them, they tried to make them to lay down their weapons while they're sending means of mass destruction on them, weapons, artillery, drones, tanks to go and kill civilians. And they're also trying to lure them to go to the open fields so they can come and slaughter them. That's their tactics. And if not, they'll go and slaughter these villages. These Druze villages will be all slaughtered and killed, and we'll see the same images as before. Jihadist men going around priding themselves with how many little Druze girls they can take as sex slaves, because that's what they do. And that is the true face of the Syrian regime that they're trying to hide for you. CNN is trying to hide that. Fox News, all these guys trying to hide that, trying to make it look like these guys are a bunch of good people and there's a chance to have a different Syria. You can't have a different Syria if you don't hold them accountable and you don't give them clear expectations. And if they don't answer these expectations, then let me tell you something, go and erase them. These are a bunch of radical jihadists. Nothing good comes out from leaving them alive. I'm telling you seriously, nothing ever came good from leaving ISIS alive, Al-Qaeda alive. These terrorists are just there to kill and burn. And that's what they're showing right now. Prove it to me otherwise. Someone prove it to me otherwise. I haven't seen another proof. Khalifa, have you seen any other proof that is going to be different?
No, I think that, and that's the main point here, because if those people will succeed by occupying Sueda with terror activity, that will just, grow their appetite for, occupying other territories. And they say terrorism works fine. We've been we get hugs from the international community, and we get all what we want, basically, and we could still keep our terrorist group as proxies, and this is what's happening. And the international community is somehow asleep about these things, and I'm really, I'm a bit depressed about, we've been talking about this issue over and over again, and we said it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of time, and we've seen it all along, but nothing happened in this regard, and everybody keeps putting their wishful thinking towards Giuliani. We want him to be, a civilized person and president, but that doesn't mean that this is what he is, just because he wears a suit now.
Khalifa, I'm reading what Yuvi is writing here. I don't know if he's an Israeli close to the border or if he's a Druze that is seen there, but I've been also receiving some notifications from my sources in Syria and my mom that they're saying that they're hearing fighter jets.
Yeah, there have been some attacks on Dara region. Where Israel did send some jet fighters, but from what I'm seeing, there's great amount of forces and armed, how you say it, the machine guns and all those things, in large numbers. And this is what I'm worried about, because the occupation operation is going on, and here in Israel, the image is not so clear what's happening with Sueda.
Yeah, it's not very clear, the result and the end of it. I do know that, we all heard Bibi Netanyahu when he said hands off the Druze. We all heard when he said don't come and try to touch them. And when they did one time, they even went and shot a warning missile outside of his palace and he ran away. I think this is more serious than before. We haven't seen yet, convoys of tanks and artillery literally going down with a bunch of, these jihadists shouting that they're gonna go and, kill all the Druze. If you want to hear it, guys, let's put it on sound again. Here, look at this.
أمن العام السلام عليكم.
This is like military equipment, heavy vehicles, more tanks. Unfortunately, yeah, someone said them believe it or not. Unfortunately, Israel did not destroy all of them. Any piece of equipment that was left in Syria will be used one day against Israel. Mark my word. Unless it's in the hands of the Druze or the Christians, then you don't need to worry. And that's, all these jihadists piled in the streets there trying to ambush the Druze.
Those are the proxies, the thugs.
The thugs, exactly. That's the proxies, and while they're trying to bring the forces. So, guys, whoever is watching this, please, and that is coming from the people in Syria, they're calling for it, they're begging for it. Help share this out. The mainstream media is not. Help. Have you heard of this? Have you heard, if anyone here heard of this outside of this channel right now, me and Khalifa reporting to you, I've I've been working for the last hours, phone calls with the Druze for the last 2 hours actually, and putting these videos together, putting some subtitles so I can put it for you up here so you can actually understand what's happening. And meanwhile, I was thinking maybe someone is going to report that. No one. In the end, I said, you know what? I can't give you all the videos. I got to just jump in and start the live. I called Khalifa. I said, we're going live. He said, when? I said, now. We're going now. He left what he's doing. I left what I'm doing. We jumped in to report to you. Who else is reporting this? Help us share this. The Druze in Syria are, as we're speaking, this is already from hours back, are being shelled. Tanks are rolling over them. They have already many people that dead, casualties, including Christians that went and fought alongside with them to defend their families. Because in the end of the day, if the Druze fall, the Christians fall right after them. I can tell you that. If there's any group in Syria right now that is strong enough and daring enough to defend themselves, it's mostly the Druze. Yes, there's some Christian pockets, but they're not as united and they're not as disclosed, you know, in the mountain of their own to be able to defend themselves. Just like Khalifa said, there's foreign fighters coming. These are government, by the way, soldiers that got captured by the Druze, religious people there, and you know they've been disarmed. Christian fighting, that's the areas there.
Someone
Help us share this.
Someone in the comments just asked why this is happening. Do you want to answer that?
Be my guest, you know, go ahead.
Because they are bloodthirsty cannibals. Like, those people are not human beings. They are a death cult, and they think that anyone who's not their mainstream, being Sunni Islamist, Caliphate person, is need to be sentenced as dead or pay the jizya. And this is what's been building now next to our northern border. Welcome to New Gaza. It's Gaza 2 right here on Dar'a.
Yeah.
This is very dangerous. It's very dangerous for us Israelis. And this time they mean business, because now supported by Turkey, which is much stronger ally than Iran, for example, and being flooded with the blood money of the Qatari regime. That's even more dangerous. And we get if we don't treat this now and put into it, we're gonna meet it much stronger, much harder, few years down the road. This is the directory that we are heading to.
Khalifa, I'm going to send the link to Rebecca. She's going to join us now. We're going to hear a little bit from some Israelis as well. So maybe keep explaining what's happening here while I do this.
Okay, sure. So basically, for those who didn't follow up what's happening in Sueda province, we now have clashes between ISIS-backed groups and the Druze people. The reason that started the whole thing a few days ago, it was checkpoints from the Bedouin forces that adhere to ISIS that they just put on the roads occasionally, randomly, and try to steal and kidnap Druze people. And this is what they did for a fruit salesman that came from Damascus to Sueda with his fruit and vegetables, and they kidnapped him, stole his money and his car, beat him, and throw him like 50 kilometers away from the road of Damascus and Sueda. And this is what started the whole thing, because the Druze, what they did, they kidnapped Bedouin, and it became like gang war. And now the Syrian regime is playing the big brother, although we suspect that he's behind all what's happening here, and he backed those ISIS groups. And some of the security forces that now fighting against the Druze are doing so, and they publish the same videos that we've shown here. Like, they go and fight against the Druze people with official cars of the Syrian regime. And this is like it's a bad situation for the Druze that somehow thought that after 15 years of civil war, and just to remind everybody, the civil war, what all the fighting forces have in common, that they, in some point, they did a massacre on the Druze in the civil war, and they did it on the Druze because the Druze wanted to be left alone and treated with dignity, and they became a very easy prey. And now we can see it. And since last April, when things between the Sunnis and the Druze escalated, the Druze community in Damascus been held as captives. And now we don't have any students or Druze people walking around freely in Syria. They all basically went back to Sueda, and Syria is not safe for the Druze. And we are witnessing now how the Syrian new government, the ISIS-backed government, the Qatari-backed government, the Muslim Brotherhood ideology, or the Caliphate, the Islamic State ideology, is turning against the Druze and trying to occupy the Sweden province.
Yeah.
Very
Someone has
hard.
been asking here also, why did the Druze kidnap the Bedouins? So let me explain. So this is a very known tactic. Once the Muslims usually kidnap your people, you go and kidnap their people, and then you bargain the release. That's been working for the Druze also in Israel. When Hamas kidnapped an Israeli Druze, teenager, the Druze in Israel went and basically kidnapped their own people, and the whole hostage situation was diffused immediately. Shabak and the Mossad were mind blown. Like, how did they do that? Because they speak the language. So same thing in Syria. Whenever they kidnap the Druze go and kidnap their own and tell them, let us go and let us go. There were a few videos where you can see the Druze walking, also escorting some Muslims peacefully and just bringing them back into this hostage exchange. They have videos actually of the Druze defending some of these Muslims from their Muslim friends who are trying to kill and kidnap them. In many ways, the Druze in Syria have become the defenders of the land. I know Muslim people in Syria that told me discreetly, listen, if I would vote right now, if there was real democracy in Syria right now, I would vote for the Druze. I would vote for them. Because they're the only one, for Sheikh al-Hijri, they're the only one that are actually demanding that Syria become a proper democracy. Actually demanding that the government will disarm the radical jihadists and not their own citizens. And then once it disarms the radical jihadists, then the citizens can come and give their weapons away, have proper election before even, and really have the right people that will come and defend this country. So there's many, many Muslims even there saying they're the only one that are speaking sanity in this whole madness in Syria. So regarding the questions of why they're kidnapping one another, it's basically to help, bring back their own people that got kidnapped by the jihadists. I've been seeing from UV, I don't know, UV, I would vote for the Druze minister in the fence, absolutely. You've been saying some things that you've been hearing jets and seeing. So I'm guessing that you're living in Israel, correct? You're not living in Syria and hearing that. You're hearing that from the Israeli side. Because I've been hearing also from some people in Syria that they've been hearing some jets. There's beliefs to be maybe even Israel intervened already. We don't know yet. We're waiting to see. While we're talking here, I had a voice recording of someone rejoicing, kind of from the Druze side. You're seeing it from Yafo. Wow. Someone rejoiced from the Druze side in Syria and said that there's an attack here. My brother, that's a relative of mine. I'm giving you this live right now. My brother, there is an attack on my village. The gathering of gunmen have begun in the village of Harba next to Baladni. The gunmen are gathered in the church in the middle of town. This is live, guys. This information is confidential. If there's Air Force intervening, then information is important. So, as you're hearing right now, they are gathered in their cities. They're going and attacking them and shooting them. If anyone heard that, you know what? If anyone in the Israeli Air Force right now heard that, here's your targets. That's where they are. Go and find them.
There's a report from Dover Tzal that says that Israel actually attacked some tanks in Syria. I need to confirm that. Yeah, it's intense.
Yeah, it's frustrating, man. You're sitting here and you're thinking, how can I help them? And you find yourself alone. Like, no.
Yeah,
Western media
that's
doesn't do anything.
confirmed. That's Dover Tzahal, the official spokesman of the Israeli IDF, that they attacked tanks near Sijin, Smeh in southern Syria.
Say that again. How many? So Israel have attacked tanks in where?
In South Syria, I guess it's in the Dara region. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the village name is Asijin, and between Asijin and Smeh, I have no idea where that is. It doesn't say that if it's in Sueda or anywhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, we're just kind of communicating here with our people there as we're talking to you. You know what? Israel did say clearly to Jawlani, don't bring anyone from Damascus. So this is a clear breach, by the way, with the agreement with Israel. And I think that breach came because of the confidence that they're having that Israel and America have abandoned the minorities in Syria, have abandoned the Christians, have abandoned the Druze. They really feel that they've been forgotten. Here we got Rebecca ready to join us. Can we bring her up?
Yeah, sure.
Rebecca, do like this if you're ready to go up. Oh, here we go. You've been brought up. Here we go. At the stage. How do we do this?
You guys, hello.
Hey, Rebecca.
Welcome to Rebecca.
Welcome.
For those who don't know,
Hey.
Rebecca is an Israeli YouTuber. She's been covering and reporting a lot of the events. She also shares very interesting and fascinating stories. I know she's well connected with some sources in Iran. And for the last few months, she became a very dear friend for me and for Khalifa. She's talking to me a lot about how can she help, how can the Israeli people help. This is a great prime example of people in Israel that want to come and help, from the citizens. She's been trying to help me even from the beginning. How can I start an NGO, and everything, just so we can help the Druze in Syria, brainstorming. How are you, Rebecca?
Good. Honestly, I still have, I tried to take off this. I have a very strong eyeliner that I have that is water resistant, everything resistant. And it takes a long time to take off. And it was much before I got on call because I was I was lazy yesterday at night when I fixed it. And then I worked at home. So I was like, whatever. And then everything with the Druze happened, but whatever. I hope you accept me the way I am. I think, first of all, there are a lot of news right now from Khan and others saying that the tanks are being attacked, like they strike the tanks in Syria, the IDF.
Yeah, I've heard. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a question for Rebecca to see how she sees it, but I've been thinking around, and when I think about it, I guess that who's the best ally for the Jewish people? I want to claim that they are the Druze because we've been together for hundreds of years. Like if we now say that, I don't know, the US is the best ally, she's been around for the past 250 years, but the Druze have been friends with the Jews for hundreds of years. What do you think about that?
I think, honestly, we shouldn't discriminate between friends. Can you imagine? I'll tell my best friend is like, okay, you're my best friend, and then the others are like, okay, friends. I mean, we need everybody. Even now, I don't want to. I know the American audience; they are sensitive. I'll be honest, and sometimes you have to be smart and not exactly be like, yes, it's not okay. I didn't like Trump meeting up with Giuliani. I didn't like, but I also understand the sentiment of they have so much going on in America right now. Like they are literally, there is a chance that the jihadist would become a mayor of New York. right? So, like, I understand this need to just manage but I don't think the fact, like, just like we would have loved to help probably Syria way more if we weren't already fighting with Gaza and if our troops weren't already so, like, grinded. It's just, I think we need to appreciate everybody's help. And I think it's so, I think one of the most amazing things that have happened in the recent several months is that the Druze, who were never mentioned in the United States, are now mentioned there and are recognized. And there are something, and there is I remember I saw that there is this assessment that you cannot have any tranquility supposedly between the Syria and the Israelis without settling, without making sure that the Druze are safe. And when it's assessment from the American intelligence, if that's their assessment, they're not flexible. They're not flexible people, which means once this assessment was made, that's it, probably. Like, they're not going to be like, okay, there is a chance around. No. They are very set in their ways, for better or worse. So I think there is something there that we need to know how to manifest into a better future.
Well, first, I appreciate your answer. I think that was a very good answer, Rebecca. And we should not differentiate between all the friends. I don't think that's what Khalifa kind of was meaning, but he was trying to implement.
No, I know. I mean,
but that was good. We cannot do it without our American friends. In general, never forget your allies. I would say that so clearly, especially now when New York is trying to elect, a Muslim Brotherhood mayor, and they're trying to go and ignore the Holocaust from ever happening and to make Israel look like Israel is the enemy, while Iran, like Tucker Carlson and all these idiots, trying to make Iran look like their friends and Israel are their enemies. It's important to remember who are truly your friends. And we can say without a doubt that the Druze in Syria are friends with Israel, with the people in Israel, with the Jews, with everyone. Just most of the time they were afraid to even speak it out. And now with their backs to the wall, what they felt is that they had to ask for the Jewish brothers and sisters, the Druze brothers and sisters, to help and save them. But that even completely sealed their fate, because now there's no turning back. Now, the Muslims who are ready to kill them, now are even gotten the better excuse, saying, you guys are kuffar, you guys are collaborating with the Jews, now we have to kill you. And lately they were feeling like they were abandoned with the agreements, like you said, with Donald Trump, with Al-Shara, with Syria, and forget about Macron and the Europeans, normalizing relationship, and even Israel talking about it. But as we're hearing, that's why, I'm adding these images. I'm going to help you read right now the report from Israel. Apparently, Israel went and attacked these tanks. I don't know what's the level of the damage we might be hearing as we speak, but, that's what it sounds.
Yeah, can I also have like a little point of optimism as well, because I think it's needed right now, feeling the so my uncle is a very impressive businessman, and he said one of the best ways to know whether a startup would make it or not is if the founders have a cushion to fall into or not. It's like, if there is no cushion, they're gonna fight. They're gonna fight because they depend on it. And if they have a cushion, like, they're going to be loose about it. So there is a greater chance it wouldn't happen. And so
I agree with you. And in my private talks with my Syrian friends, I say, nobody is going to give you your own sovereign power. You need to claim this power. And this is why I have a lot of critique on the Druze people, that they don't have local significant leadership. Even here in Israel, like, I can't name a significant Druze leader trying to push forward the Druze agenda. And this is like, I'm saying that with a great sorrow, because what's happening here now is that the Druze somehow yield to ISIS forces that somehow attacked them on the last end of April, and they just went silent. They said, okay, they have our people in Damascus. We're not going to do any trouble. We're not going to rock this boat. and now like we've seen this silence, what it leads. It's lures all the ISIS people in because they smell your weakness. And I'm with you. I'm optimist. Like once you hit the darkest points, then you can see the light. And I'm missing that. If there's some critic on the Druze people in Syria, that I don't see them claiming their own sovereignty. This is why they call me the Druze Herzl, because I'm trying to promote this idea, and it's not coming from them.
No, it's not. Just want to thank Shauna here for all the work in getting these clips, plus the Hobbit shoes, of course. Druze and Jews are eternals. Amen to that. You know, some groups in the world have no missionary aspect in their bones. Like the Druze and the Jews, very much particularly, they're not trying to recruit anyone. They're not trying to make you become. That will make them even more unique religions in some aspect. Now, all religions are unique in my eyes. I'm not, disclaiming any others, but in general, they don't grow very fast. And today, they're actually maybe even getting smaller and smaller. So these minorities, if we don't pay attention, we can easily find them, being annihilated. They're not trying to grow. They're not trying to recruit anyone. They're just trying to live their life. Now, let's read some of the reports from the IDF. I kind of copied some of them here. This application is not the easiest, I got to say. When you bring one picture, it just immediately stops the show and kick everybody to the side. I wish there was a way to get it in on the bottom, and then you can control it or get a few pictures. But, maybe that's what developers... Sorry. IDF in Syria. The IDF, we've attacked tanks in southern Syria in an urgent announcement, rare announcement, and in the shadow of all the clashes between the Druze and the Bedouins in Syria, the spokesman of the IDF updated that the IDF have attacked tanks in the area between Asijin, Lasmiash, in the southern area of the country. Despite all the tensions, and Israel insisting there's no difficulties in the negotiation over the peaceful, security agreement. Interesting. The spokesman of Israel, the IDF, updated today on Monday that the IDF have attacked a few moments ago several tanks in southern Syria. And the attack, as per the announcement, happened in the area between Sajin and Samia, an area that is not very far from Sueda, where there was reported violent clashes between. That's the map, just so you guys see. We'll show you later on a better map that me and Khalifa here made. But
with the courtesy of Ynet, let's just credit them so they don't sue us.
With the courtesy of Ynet, a Hebrew map. Sources. This is a tank in the border between Israel and Syria. Sources saying in the negotiation between Israel and Syria that even though, despite the announcement, there's no challenges in the negotiation, they're saying that there is a conversation between the governments, but it's going in a very slow pace. There's a lot of topics on the agenda, obviously, and I hope that the main topics should be the security of Israel, the dismantlement of these radical jihadists. I'm saying that's not written there, and the safety of the Druze, the Christians, the Alawite, and all the minorities in Syria. But let's see, including the points that are sensitive to Israel, which is disarming the border area with Israel, so there's no armed militants there in that area and no military vehicles, preventing Iranian presence close to Israel, defending the Druze, and preventing the smuggling of weapons and other topics that are happening. I'll continue here reading from my phone because I couldn't upload that one. The object here is to create some kind of agreement, a new agreement, an improved agreement to the matters of the security between Israel and southern Syria. It's a negotiation that is very complex, and as we know, it have its own pace. You cannot force it to happen faster, and whoever is expecting some kind of a ceremony in the White House very soon is going to be proved wrong. I think some things cannot just be solved just because a president came and said, I'm going to bring peace. It's going to happen. Some things will take time here. When it comes to radical jihadists in general, guys, let me give you an inside secret about it. it usually takes either until you eliminate all of them, or you make them all run and hide, and you help raise the generations to come after them in a different, mindset. Example, in Gaza, one of the reasons that we cannot have an agreement is because all the children have been, raised from a young age to want to become suicide bombers. So when a kid at the age of 3 thinks the best thing he can do is grab a knife and go and stab Rebecca in the street, it's going to be very hard to convince him otherwise when he's 16 and when he's 20. And that is a problem. That's why some of these things takes a very long time, either a very violent solution or just being very patient. That's just, truth be told. On what we're seeing right now from a very odd message from the IDF, and also the Syrian TV have said that, from Syria, that Israeli fighter jets have launched thermal balloons in the area of the conflict between the Bedouins and the area of southern Wild West. Western, yeah, that's how I remember it, Wild West. The western area of Sueda. The Sabrin News, who is also known to be affiliated with the pro-Iranian factions in Iraq, have reported that there's an attack in the city of Dar'a, that is southern Syria, and the reports are happening in different other, sources. So as we're speaking right now, we're probably going to be hearing more and more of what's happening there.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, we interviewed Ayub Kara, the former minister, and he somehow tried to suggest that don't worry, we the Israeli government are taking care of that. And he didn't declare that, but from what we understand, that he tried to hint on, that all the southern border from Damascus southward will be a safe zone with no guns, that somehow will get, some international, sovereignty or something like that to preserve the Druze community. I would say, and add to that, that it's very important to people to understand that, in my opinion, not in my opinion, like the numbers don't lie. The Druze people is under real threat of extinction, being if we keep in this in this way down the road, the Druze people are suffering severe danger for extinction as culture, as heritage, as a religion, as a philosophy, because we keep losing people. And now, if our main concentration of Jews in the world, which is Syria, is going to be occupied by Sunni Muslim extremists, that's a very bad news for all Jews in all the world.
Yeah,
Okay, someone asked you if you can go up. Sorry, Rebecca, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, this is something that we started with, but at the end of the day, it needs to be a decision made by the Druze. And I think they're being pushed to that. Yeah. Like it's a decision to be made. Like, think Israel, when it declared independence, it could never go back to what it was.
Yeah, well, from my discussion with Druze, they got me annoyed because they somehow say, okay, we want to open channels with Israel, and they are so desperate for a relief in their situation that they have in mind that once Israel is going to help them, all their problems is going to be solved. And I said, no, it doesn't work that way. Look at the Jews, how they established Israel. They've been outgunned, outnumbered. They had a huge disadvantage, but they had only one thing: hope and a vision. And this is what we are lacking in the Druze of Sueda, that they lack the vision. They don't know, like they know what they don't want. And what they don't want is to be a part of Islamic caliphate, right? And they don't have too many options, and they cannot just gather the whole thing to one clear vision. And I think, as you said, Rebecca, that they've been pushed to this point, and we'll hope to see what's gonna come up, because in my opinion they lost a lot of valuable time, and now things are becoming harder and gonna be harder on day by day.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people asked if they can join the call here, so I sent a link here, guys. If someone want to join, we can open it for people, but just a reminder to be respectful. And if you're not, I'm just going to kick you out. So, just be clear about that. Rebecca, I have a question for you, because correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been quite involved also with some people from Iran, correct? From outside of Iran, we've been talking. Now, I know that the last attack have left many of them feeling betrayed, because they put themselves out there. They went and put their voices, and then the regime was not toppled. The war stopped. What is your feel about it?
I think, honestly speaking, like the number one disappointment that they have is of themselves. There is like this sense of depression of they don't know, like they right now there is like their mistrust between people is so high. Like it's enough, for example, for the Kurds or something, it would be enough to hear from the Shah, and they would go home, because to them, in their minds, like the Shah and the RGC have the same function, and they don't want to fight just to get the Shah. So and they have a lot of, and it's also true, Iranians in general, all of them, all sections, prideful people, lots of pride, lots of ego. The slightest thing, like the smallest thing that makes them feel like it hurts their egos, they're crippled by it. And I think this is something that came into full display, where different segments tried to work, and they were so much at each other's throats on like the most petty things, that I think a lot of Iranians are like, maybe it's like our situation is like basically despair. Like, can we even get ourselves out of it? I think like with a lot of depressed people, like it's first of all a mindset that you have to have. And I also think that one of the things that that is problematic when it comes to those different people is that they never really experienced democracy, and therefore they never had experienced how it is to take one step at a time with someone who has a different vision than you, but you have a common step to take with them. It's just it's like you maximize. It's a local step-by-step decision making where, okay, this is something we all agree, like the regime needs to go down. Does it matter if it's the Shah later or whatever it is? Like there are things that, and then the situation is getting worse. Like in case of, like I said it publicly many times, but they're running out of water. I don't know if they can manage through the summer. They have water shortages everywhere, and the agriculture system is a year or two away from collapsing in Iran. And this is one of the most pressuring reasons why the regime has to change as soon as possible, because they are unwilling to improve the water distribution systems, and the ground is literally drying up, and the agriculture is gonna collapse pretty soon, it seems like. And it's a ticking time bomb. The only way to reverse it is to start working now. And then I said to my Iranian friends, do you understand that it doesn't matter who comes next? If I were you, I would understand that it doesn't matter, because like everything is luxury next to water. Everything. There is nothing that is above water. So, but this thing that like you don't understand what priorities, what actions to take, it's like it's hard.
I mean, it's the same tactics that they, as Iranian occupation used against the Druze in Sueda. And now, although the province of Sueda is very rich with water, but the infrastructure is so bad, and the water, aquifers are so deep into hard rocks that they don't have electricity and basic stuff, so they are thirsty. Their lands are very thirsty. Oh my God.
Can you? Yeah, and it's like I said, water, but they also have electricity shortages. The temperature in inland in Iran can go up to 60 degrees. So even right now, they're seeing more and more deaths that come out of dehydration and heat strokes and things like that. It's not a simple matter. And when it collapses, it collapses. So that's the fear, right? If like once agriculture collapses, like there is no going back. Once the ground is it's one thing when the ground is about to collapse, right? You can restore it, and it's a completely different game once it does collapse.
True.
All right, just a quick update, guys. They have captured 3 villages and are approaching. My relatives there are saying, "You won't find me soon. The militant will enter our country and my phone would lose internet. You have to intervene and escalate or the people here will be annihilated."
Oh my God.
That is
Captain
from my relatives. No.
What?
That is from a relative of mine in Syria. He just
Yeah.
said they have captured 3 villages and are approaching. You won't find me soon, because I told him, keep me posted and update and please stay safe. And he said, "You won't find me soon. The militants will enter our country and my phone will
Well,
lose internet."
send it to our Druze group. You know, we have all the falafels there.
Yeah.
Send it to them. Like, send it the message.
You have to intervene and escalate or our people here will be annihilated. Guys, as we're speaking, this is, we can't express this enough. We're talking right now about annihilation attempt of the Druze people in Syria. That same relative of mine just shared the picture of his relative who was killed. I'm just assuming that he's probably related to me as well. You know, there's a lot of relatives that I have in Syria, me and Khalifa, that we weren't in touch for many years because our connection got cut. And we're not allowed to talk to them to not risk them, and they were not allowed to talk to us. But, you know, my grandfather was the brother of his grandfather. And now some of them got...
I think we should do that first. Maybe. I don't know. I think one of the things that we need to get things going faster is information. I think this is the number one issue we're having with the Druze, because now I see the Israelis woke up, right? The Israelis started talking about the Druze, but for some reason, like the information chain is so slow.
No,
when things happen there,
they don't have stable internet connection, so they can't upload images and videos and things like that. Right. They also a lack of shortage in electricity. We always keep saying that it's a Mad Max country and they are under siege, they are under blockade, and they've been doing so for the longest time. And, you know, for me, hearing what Mansour just said, I think of all the people that I know, trying to imagine what they are going through, knowing that those ISIS government and proxies are coming. They're gonna, what they are gonna do to the children, what they are gonna do to the elders. We've seen them. And this is going massive. They've been planning this for longest time. And for me, hearing that, I keep asking myself, what did we do wrong? Like, for what could have we done more than we did, trying to grab attention to the world of what's happening? Because it's really heartbreaking. I can't express how deeply sorrow I feel now.
Let me add something, Khalifa. Sorry for cutting in. I cannot let you hear the voices recording because I don't want to put any of these people in danger. But another source, a very reliable source, probably one of the most reliable I have there, just confirmed as well that they've taken a few villages. He said Israel did help, but not enough. Kind of stopped now, and they've taken a few villages. They're kidnapping women and children right now from these villages. And he's saying they are preparing, the Druze are preparing to do another rescue mission. And like I said, with the minimal means that they have, they're safe in the mountain. That's their last resort of safety. But these savages have attacked the villages and the farmlands that are under the mountain, that are in the open fields, to lure the fighters. And now they've taken a few villages, and they're kidnapping women and children. As we speak, the Druze are preparing themselves now to go, maybe a desperate attack, try to rescue and bring back these kidnapped women and children alive. And when they're in the open out there, not only, he told me that they need ammunition more than food and water. That's how bad it became. Some of the fighters even had to go back to the town because they ran out of magazines. They didn't have enough ammunition, so they had to stop the fighting, go back and see if they can gather some bullets so they can defend themselves. And now they need to see how can they just go and push their way, into the enemy territory to bring back these children and these women that have been kidnapped. That's, the reports that I'm getting right now.
Did you see this? Naidam Khalabi just posted.
What did she post?
From the terrorist group of Al Julani, please, Mujahideen brothers who are participating in the fight against the militias right now, like the Druze, don't do the same mistake that we did in the coastal region. Don't film any executions. Do everything without filming.
Did you hear that, guys? Did you hear that? That's what they're doing there. They're not saying don't execute. They're not saying don't rape and behead and kill. And they're just saying don't film it, because that hurts their agenda to try and make it look like they should get support from the West. The West is paying these monsters money, paying them money while they're going and ethnically cleansing in Israel. Bibi Netanyahu and people in Israel, please, seriously, guys. Now is your call to action. Help the Druze. Few fighters, that's nice, but it's still going on. Help the Druze there. Otherwise, we're going to have Druze women and children being kidnapped, becoming sex slaves, disappearing, and being sold in the markets somewhere in Kazakhstan and Afghanistan and all kind of Muslim crazy countries. That's what's going to happen, guys. And maybe years later, you might find them or not. A 14-year-old girl that is pregnant already and been tossed around between some jihadists. That's the mentality that we're dealing with. Do we need to beg for help?
Oh my God. This is not the first time that we hear this, and try to understand the mentality of those people, that they need to be addressed over and over again. Don't go and film the atrocities that you do. There's nothing bad with the atrocities, but don't film it. And it's a bad habit, guys. The filming thing, we're not so okay with that. So, and I told you, I've seen videos now of Syrian tanks going over bodies of Druze fighters that fell in the fighting, and they just smashing the bodies and, being the monsters that they are.
Insanity. I'm trying to share it with all my friends right now, everybody that I know has a big platform. What's going on in America as well, so it wouldn't go unnoticed. I think this is it. This is one of our choking points. We need to understand how to get those messages faster out, especially if you're saying it takes time for them to contact us. Then that's the number one problem. And then after that, after they already made that connection. How do we get it out to the world as fast as possible? Because I think one of the things that we saw working is like pressure, like they said, right? They saw that what's happening to the Alawites, and then they were stopped. So they are not filming now. So I guess it works, right?
Yeah, Mansour, can you please upload the video that I just sent you on WhatsApp? It shows something, but I have some reports that the Israeli jets are fighting back in Sueda. This fight isn't over. Like, we're not talking. I've seen the Druze fighters; they are very fierce. The Bedouins scares the hell out of them if they weren't backed by the state, and this is what really is the most disgusting thing in the world, that it's the official state that everybody is hugging now, and they are the ones who are promoting and sending the ISIS fighters to slaughter civilians, basically outgunned, outnumbered, and just the thought of it, it's disgusting, to be honest. Did you got the video, Mansour? Did you see it? Sweet.
الاسلام وبس الراسي الراسي احنا بنخاف الله بشرف انتوا بشرفنا انتوا شرفنا انتوا عرضنا بعد احنا بنخاف عليكم. وكما شاهدنا تقوم العناصر التابعة لوزارة الدفاع والأمن الداخلي بتأمين العوائل التي بقيت في بلدية الدور، وكان صعب عليهم النزوح خارجها نتيجة الاشتباكات الدائرة مع المجموعات الخارجة عن القانون.
Khalifa, explain to us what we just saw, please.
Well, for me, this is another tactic that we are all familiar with. All those forces come with, an official spokesman for the armed forces, let's say it. But what they do is they control the narrative. So they go film some fighters with this woman trying to say, we just cleared the place from militias, from Druze militias, but we are taking care of the civilians. And after that, you will see them, those same civilians, you'll see them in jail, you'll see them executed, like that happened to the Sahnaya mayor in April, that we all saw him greeting the armed forces, and the day later he was shot he was found dead with his own only son. And this is what we are seeing now. You just mentioned that the HTS forces occupied the Druze village, and we've seen the images, and now they're saying that they are clearing the place from the militias, and they are helping the civilians to come to a safe place. But there's no safe place for the Druze people in all Syria. They are trying to escape the same forces that somehow claim to be protecting them, and that's the disgusting thing about the whole thing. And it's tactics, like it's Qatari tactics, one-on-one, and they keep doing the same drill over and over again, and we keep fall to the same drill over and over again. So it's outrageous, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the feeling, huh?
Yeah, because there's no new tricks in the toolkit, so they keep doing the same thing, and the only new thing is they try to say that don't film all the beheading and the stuff that you are doing. But even so, we still get the images, and some of them get leaked, and I've seen a lot of bad images from the fighting places. To be honest, I think that I need to talk to some of my friends just to check on them, see how they are doing. So if you don't mind me, I would like to cut off from the
Yeah. Of
the
course,
broadcast.
Khalifa, and come back. I'm gonna stay here right now because I'm gonna keep live updating. I'm getting live updates there. I'll tell you what, guys. Whoever's watching this right now, there is live updates that I'm giving right now. I'm trying to confirm. Some of them are actually from the forces fighting in the ground, and some of these updates might be helpful for the Israelis to know where to fight and what to fight. And if that can help, save lives there. So I'm going to stay live here and I'm going to talk to my relatives there and keep you updated what's happening. If you have any touch with anyone that is in decision-making places or people that can make things happen, it'll be a very, very good time right now to tune in and maybe give them the information that I will provide and share in the minutes to come. Because what's happening right now is the things that we later on read in history and we ask, why weren't there people? Why didn't anyone go there? Etc. And it's happening as we're speaking.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop off. I'm gonna join you later, maybe. Bye, guys.
Bye, Khalifa. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for coming, Rebecca. Thanks for.
Of course. I'm here. I'm doing the same, I guess, as you. Just trying to understand what's going on.
So I know right now of a place where these jihadists are gathered, preparing to enter a village, and I'm just trying to confirm if I can share that information. If that can help, if Israel can target that area, we just took out a big part of them. And then you save these people from these monsters. Bear in mind, whoever's watching this is a clear violation of the agreement between Israel to the Jawlani regime.
Yeah.
Keep your forces away from the border, the area of Israel, which is southern Damascus, which happens to be also where the Druze are. So they broke the agreement with Israel right now by mobilizing not only the proxy jihadist Bedouin forces, but mobilizing their own troops, tanks, and militants, and etc. And I'm telling you, if Israel doesn't drop a few 500 K-bombs there and just have a few mushrooms flying over these heads, they will not be scared to run away. But if you do that, they will shit their pants and they'll start running away. And I'm telling you what, the Druze will pick them up as they're running. Here, I'm giving you, proper military officer strategy course online from here. You want to help fighting Arabs, you have to bring overwhelming power.
Yeah, 100%.
Overwhelming power that will change the course of battle, because a lot of these mentally ill, low IQ jihadists they don't think more than 3 seconds ahead. They don't think. They're thinking right now in the moment, in their bloodthirst, in their religious zealous. Many times they take drugs and they don't think strategically. They don't think like in 5 minutes, I'll probably die the most humiliating death. I'll be shot through my crouch and through my chin. I will lay on the ground like yonking like a pig as I die. And my GoPro is going to fall and film my face. And that's going to show viral all across the world what a pathetic loser I am. They don't see that. They see that moment right now. But what do they see? Big explosions, big kabooms, big show of force. That shakes them like animals. Then they run. Israel, drop a few of these big ones out in open fields. Just let them see a mushroom. Trust me on that. That will scare the living hell, because they will realize that they're dead. They will realize, and these guys are cowards. They're not William Wallace. They're not Spider-Man. They're not heroes. They're cowards.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to see if I can share this information that I'm getting.
And I also want to say visibility in that kind of mindset is more important than effective, like being effective. Like if they see a big boom is way more effective than a strike that actually hurts some infrastructure, but they don't see the effects of.
Yeah. I'm just talking.
It's one of the things I said, like if Trump wanted to make sure that he is like when he started, if he wanted anyone to believe his threats, he had to like bomb Yemen with like the biggest bombs, like Yemen, because nobody cares about Yemen. Nobody. Like this is like, you could have dropped the biggest bomb you have there, make a huge cloud, whatever. Cloud, no cloud, doesn't matter. And then everybody else would have got the message, really, just big and filmable. But here's the thing, it's like you cannot talk to the West and to the East in a way that both would be happy. Or would you get your...
What the F? Sorry,
What?
sorry, keep talking. I'll share it in a second. I'll bring it up now. Wow, this is bad for Israel, guys. This is bad not only for...
Of course it's bad.
I'll share with you guys right now. So...
It's such an Arab thing to do. And also it's like, can you imagine, like,
It's crazy.
They could have also potentially gained so much more by waiting.
Yeah, so this guy is been sent to me right now. This is live reporting from one of the phones, by the way, of these jihadists that was intercepted. These are Grad missiles. For those of you who don't know, Grad rockets. These rockets can reach deep into Israel. So they're mobilizing these rockets right now closer to the border with Israel to fight the Druze. And first of all, these are they're fighting a village. They're not fighting an army. The Druze doesn't have an official army. They're literally citizens defending themselves. You land this in a Druze village, their houses are not made out of, iron concrete. They're not made like, bomb shelters and bunkers in Israel. This will wipe out, would literally obliterate the Druze people. As we're speaking in Israel, please, if someone sees this, send the airplanes in the air. Go and find this. Find this right now. I know it might sound crazy to some of you, but I've been in the IDF. I know how things work. And if there's airplanes in the air right now, they have the technology, they can see this. Take it down before it reach not only the Druze, but also before it reach Israel. It's the same type that Hezbollah used against Israel. That was the main, you can say, missile that Hezbollah was trying to threaten Israel with, the Grad missiles. This is not a joke, guys. Here, I'm getting this also in the Israeli group.
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting right now, there's some things that I just can't share. I just can't share this live here. I wish I could share with you guys. But there's some information here that
it reminds me the time I feel like now the way I felt when in the army. Ugh.
One second, I'm just sharing this with the right people.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Ugh, they're so disgusting. But you know what? Like, maybe it's for the better. I always think, like, whenever the Americans come up with their great ideas, which are amazing and great and definitely could have worked, because America is amazing and beautiful and the greatest. Anyway, every time America comes up with their ideas, I feel like the Arabs save us from those ideas. And they do it now.
One second. Yeah, so
we can always trust the Arabs. Can always trust them. But somehow they I just saw somebody talking about how Arafat wouldn't agree to any deal with Israel because they couldn't sell it to the Palestinian people. And I saw somebody saying, yeah, well, that's Israel's, like, that's also Israel's fault. They knew that the deals that they are trying to make, that the Palestinians would never accept them. So this is why they pretended to cooperate with the Americans, why they weren't actually cooperating. They just knew that the Arabs would not accept it.
Yeah, they're just...
And they're like, how did you manage to blame Israel even here? We literally go like, yes, great idea, America. You're the best in the world. You're so amazing, so beautiful. Oh my God, your idea is totally gonna work. Every time, because like, and then we can trust the Arabs to save us.
Yeah, no, you can't trust any of these maniacs. They're just a bunch of death cult. Let me see. Okay, someone is asking here what I'm going to show you a few more videos, guys. What are the difference in the way you talk to the West versus the East? In the West, they see the
similar?
No. Well, there is, human DNA. We all breathe.
The sounds.
And the brain. Yeah, exactly.
Everybody has a
nose and a mouth. Yeah, but when it comes to, I'll explain it in a second. Just a second. I need to upload a video here. So this is. These are right now advancing towards the Druze areas. Bring these kind of rockets to fight a village. If you're not trying to annihilate, these are weapons you can bring to fight an army, not a village. Let me bring another video that was sent right now. See, that's the shooting. These are the army, the original military of Syria, shelling Druze villages.
مع انتشار كبير لقوى وزارة الدفاع والأمن الداخلي في الحدود الإدارية بين محافظة سويداء
bringing very heavy weaponry to attack civilians. Not anymore just the proxies. These are the official Syrian regime that was told to stay away from the Druze and stay away from the south and the border of Israel. Here.
في سماء محافظة
سويداء
ومحافظة درعا كما نلاحظ انتشار كبير لعناصر وزارتي الدفاع والداخلية في محيط الحدود الإدارية لمحافظة السويداء ومحافظة درعا مع تعامل مع جميع المجموعات الخارجة على القانون التي تحاول زعزعة أمن هذه المحافظة. كما نلاحظ بعد مجيء الطيران.
They're saying how afraid they are because the airplanes just arrived. I'm telling you, one mushroom there, 500 kg bomb, would have made all of these cowards run away. That's not the smoke in the villages.
Sueda.
Let me see, there's another video here that was just sent to me. I don't know, I haven't watched it before I put it in, so. They are the official military guys. Not anymore just factions. You see, they have the uniform, they have the vehicles. All lining up. Such a bunch of savages.
Here, this one. I said somewhere like trying to get people to notice what's happening. So I wrote to a rather like big account, And somebody asked, I'm mad because none of it would have happened had Israel not inflamed the situation by giving the Druze a false sense of confidence to start a fight they cannot win.
They always try to blame Israel. They're a bunch of liars. Doesn't matter what. They try to blame Israel for October 7th. You know, they try to blame Israel for Independence Day. They try to blame.
Yeah, that's what they do that. It's insanity, and here and they like this is the West talking points, right? And all the West will be like, yeah, exactly.
Abu Musab al-Shami, one of the most prominent leaders of the so-called Syrian army, was killed by Druze fighters. Go Druze.
Oh, great.
Lots of pictures of dead Syrian fighters killed by the Druze.
Are they fighters or is that an army or just
me
terrorists?
if we're calling the Syrian fighters a terrorist or something else. Yes, they're all the same. The Syrian army and the terrorists, they're all the same, guys. Don't let anyone fool you. They're literally they're the same factions who took over the government, and then they start putting uniform on them, or defected jihadists that went and joined these terrorists and took over the government, and now they call themselves the army, but it's the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm just worried for my relatives, man.
That's awful. So how would you explain the situation right now to the West versus how would you explain it to the East?
Yeah, back to that question. That's a good question, guys. So first of all, thank you, Shana Thornton, for the Hobbit shoes and everything from before. What's the difference between the way you talk to the West and versus talk to the East? Diplomacy in the West is perceived as a way of strength. If I am, let's say, stronger than Rebecca, oh, you know what? Rebecca is stronger than me. She can come and break every bone in my body. She studied jiu-jitsu and ninjutsu and karate kid from a young age. And we start arguing. I come to her house. I tell her, give me that living room. It's mine. She said, no, it's mine. I start arguing. Now, she can come and say, I can beat the crap out of him, or I can try to negotiate with him and calm him down and maybe give him a better solution. Listen, I'm not going to give you this, but I can help you find another place. All of Rebecca's friends, if she's from the West, will come and say, what a strong woman you are, Rebecca. You showed restraint, you showed diplomacy over violence, and you chose a more peaceful way. You could have beat him up and just break every bone in his body, but you chose not to. Clap their hands. The other side, in the Arab side, they see the complete opposite. It's a different language. They say, Rebecca's not as strong as she is. We should go and attack her right now. Let's gather up in the night and jump her and kill her family. Because if she was strong, she would have broken every single bone of Ahmed's body. But she didn't. Why? Because she's afraid. So diplomacy on the East is seen as a way that you use only when you are a losing side. That's the only time you use diplomacy in the Muslim world, when you are in the losing side. Great example is Hudna. Where did Hudna come from? The whole idea of ceasefire. It's not because my side is losing. I'm running out of weapon, ammunition. Both sides are losing maybe. Let me go, regroup, get more weapon to come and kill you. So there's no such thing as diplomacy. There's only defeating the enemy. There's defeating him and killing him, or trying another way to do it. And the only time that I will not use violence is if I'm weaker than you. So when the West chooses to restrain from using violence against the Arab world, I'm talking, the Muslim world, but in general, the Arab world. I'm generalizing it big right now, but trust me when I'm telling you that this is a very accurate generalization. It's a very scientific generalization. So the Arab world will perceive that as weakness. The Houthis, if they could have destroyed us, they would have. They didn't. Let's sink more ships. Iranian, they didn't topple us. If they could have, they would have. Let's build another nuclear bomb and try to kill them. Hamas, they didn't destroy us all. If they could have, they would have. Let's go and do again October 7th. That is how they look. The Syrians, they didn't come. It was a bluff. If they could have, they would have. Israel is not going to protect the Druze and the Christians. Let's go and do it. How would they know that you're very serious if you use overwhelming, consistent, and prolonged violence against them? Now, people don't like to hear that. What I'm saying is you go and you find these terrorist groups, you bomb the living hell out of them, And then you keep chasing them and you bomb every one of them. And then every one of them comes out, you bomb. And you also make sure that you use it in a way that you humiliate them. And once you make a joke out of them where the defeat is very clear and they became a joke in the eyes of their friends, that is the only negotiation way you have with radical Islam. There's no other way to negotiate with them. That is the only way. Now, some would say, but it's violent. But let me tell you another secret. If you don't use that form of violence right now, you're going to have to use way more violence in the future.
Yeah.
That will happen after they kidnapped the nation, took all their children as human shields, kidnapped your children, and there's going to be more bloodshed. Great example, if Israel would have defeated Hamas 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 16 years ago, and everything in between, yes, there would have been blood, but there would have been way, way less blood than today. Great example. If Israel would have defeated Iran 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 10 years ago, there would have been less than now. And if Israel doesn't defeat Iran today, there will be more blood tomorrow. So when you understand this equation, there's no games around it. There's only weird people that have wishy-washy feelings and go by emotions and love fluffy words like ceasefire, let's all coexist. It's a beautiful word. I love it. I've been to places where there's coexistence. I grew up in Israel. Prime example of coexistence. I love it. But I know that comes with a price. Being very strong and defeating your enemies. There's no coexistence if you don't defeat the ones who want to destroy coexistence. And that's what people in the West refuse to understand. And I hope I was able to answer your question, Donna. I see there's another question.
I think there is another element where you can't even do the good old smash a bottle of wine at the wall and say, just come at me, when the West is watching. Because the West, not only does the West want to see no violence, it also neutralizes any threat. Because like the West is so obviously like unfunctional, like stops any option to function. It's like literally like if the West is there, nobody believes it. Nobody.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's just so the West is like, what they want to hear is that we're gonna find a way forward and everything's gonna be okay. And I think it's like toxic positivity. I think that is what is toxic positivity.
Please explain that. What does that mean?
What?
What does toxic positivity mean?
Toxic positivity is just trying to be positive when it's inappropriate. Toxic, it's like it's not everything all the time needs to be positive. Not every, like we cannot be positive about thinking that could be a future that the jihadists would change if you convince them enough. All right, it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be fine. Like this hope and like optimism, and not only that, what they do is like they hate when somebody comes with a non-positive vibes. They want to see everything positive, optimistic, and they cannot fathom that sometimes something is not positive. And not only that it's not positive, by being positive, you're being the worst, you're doing the worst thing you could be. So it's toxic, it's evil, right? It's like, yeah, everything's good, why you're not happy, it's like, why is there no smile? Comes and cut your face to be like the
no, I agree. I understand what he's saying. That's a very good point. I've had one,
and it's like it's so ingrained to the point where if you don't sound positive, and Western person and especially Americans would just close you, right? They would stop listening right away. It's like, it's like this.
No, 100%. By the way, I just want to remind guys, what are you seeing right now, this video and this image, these are Grad missiles that are on the way right now towards the southern area of Syria, which is close to Israel and which is either aimed on Israel or the Syrian mountain, which is full of Syrian civilians. These are very dangerous, devastating, military-graded missiles, rockets that can go and kill many people. I just spoke with my relatives in Syria, and they are hiding in their houses. Some of them are fighting outside. I can't talk to them. But you see, every house, they will send some of their men to go and fight, and they would leave usually the young one 14, 13, 16 years old in the house, hopefully with some kind of a hunting rifle or just a knife to protect his mother and his daughters and his children and his sisters and siblings. And I'm talking to one of these ones right now, and he's telling me, I only have this information because it's close to me. There are young men resisting near the town, and they need our support. I'm not going to share the name of the town right now for their own safety, but I'll share it in the right circles. But that's what they're doing. Now, regarding to what you said, Rebecca, this toxic positivity, I've experienced that one time. I still remember that until today. I was sitting and eating shawarma with a dear friend of mine that was Jewish, Israeli American, that came from a very, very left-wing family in the US, I think in the area of New York or something. Very, very left. And we were sitting. Now, she grew up in Israel. She knows, I was in the military, an officer. She was in the military in Israel. And she one day came and said, I don't believe in weapons. I don't believe in militaries. I think, we should never have them. So I came and said, oh, that's very cute. That's very nice. But do you understand that, if Israel should, I should think Israel and everybody in the Middle East should lay down their weapons. So do you think that Israel should lay down their, yes, I do. And then I said, but what would happen if the bad guys come and kill us? No, I don't believe that there is bad people. And I said, come on. And I said, so what would happen if a jihadist will break into your house and murder your father in front of your eyes? Your brother will try to fight him, will murder him as well, and then will come and wanna rape you in front of your siblings or nephews and then kill you and kill them. Would you fight him? And she says, no, I believe that I can convince him with words. Now, she's a very dangerous person. Let's be honest. She might be seen as a very cute and very enlightened person in some weird woke circles. Yes, you go, sister, that's the way. But what will happen is people like her will only end up discouraging and disarming the ones that actually might be willing to defend you, while opening the door for the ones who will come and just thank her and laugh at her as they kill her and her family. So that is toxic positivity. She was allegedly bringing something positive into the atmosphere, into the air. But she's just, talking dangerous nonsense. Wow. I just asked my relative, how can I help? Give me what you think. And do you have weapons to defend yourself and your family? He told me, make sure the Israeli army intend to help us, please. And then he answered, no, I don't have weapons and I will die in my house. I will never run away. There is one gun and it's with my brother and he's at the advanced point.
Yeah. Honestly though, kind of should have see this coming, What were people, the sanctions were lifted. But it's such a classic Arab move to not wait and do it while there are negotiations. I don't know. So let me see what's going on. When did it start, by the way? How long? When? What time?
It started in the morning.
Okay, in the morning.
1 second.
Yeah, same. I'm getting Stefan from Vice Guard. I want him to publish it. I don't see him publishing that.
Rebecca, I'm going to leave the mic is yours. Say something. I'm just coming back in.
Yeah.
One. Okay.
Hello. Yeah. Now I've
authority over my channel.
Yeah, cool, amazing. But I cannot even say the chat here. So that's something. Okay. Who else might help? You guys, who else might help? I said, this is so hard to listen to. Yeah, we're just trying to figure out how we move things around. By the way, make sure to go to X, those who have an X account, and on Instagram, and just, if you can, just check out. I on my X account, it's Barsef, BAR. Like, just look for my name. Actually, that would be it. And I'm sharing the news from all over, so you can share it as well. And same, I think, with Khalifa probably, and Mansour, and if you can share like the videos on Instagram. So that would be really nice right now. We really need to make things visible. So if you can help with that, because it's not that easy. It's one thing to share something, and it's a different thing to make people like respond, share it, make it viral. And this is something we could really use your help. It like, especially I think on X, I think if you can just leave a comment. I think that is the thing that is counted the most. Like, leave a comment, do everything. You know what? Like, it doesn't cost money, and it's something that would be super. Oh, AP, you're right. I should let AP know as well. I'll add AP to that. Should I? Oh yeah, I think. Should I add Ridvan?
Should you what?
Add AP, Apostle Prophet Ridvan Amir.
Yeah, if he's here, of course, please.
No, I mean, I don't know if he's here, but I'll just, I think I'll add him to the group, and like, just
any way that we can help, share this voice.
Yeah.
They're now 5 kilometers away and getting ready to enter. Good brother. Told you before about help buying weapons, but
What's going on?
1 second. So for those who don't know, right now in Syria, there's tanks, there's artillery, they're gathered, they've already attacked the Druze since the morning. The government is full on an assault on the Druze community. The Israeli Air Force apparently intervened in some means, but not full on. And right now, these jihadists and their government are captured through Druze villages, apparently kidnapped women and children, moving on and slaughtering more. And now they're closing very close on, one of them is my relative, which is the young man in the family. His brother, older brother, is in the front line fighting with the only weapon they have. And he's in the house right now trying to defend his family, and they're getting closer and closer to his house. This is like giving you guys an update of October 7 from a relative who is having his family right now experiencing October 7. That's how it is right now. As long as they have internet, they can contact me, they can tell me what's happening, and I can keep telling you what's happening. There is a genocide attempt that is happening on the Druze. And they're fighting up with everything that they have. They don't have ammunition, they barely have any weapons, and they're being forced to get out of their mountain to go and rescue their relatives and loved ones who were kidnapped in the villages around, which is strategically is a wrong thing to do, because they should stay in the mountain. But then you leave these villages, and it's hard for me to say that, but one of these villages is my relative.
Scary.
But if they go
How
down,
are you feeling?
frustrated, angry. Because if you go down from the mountain, you're risking losing more of your fighters. They don't have the means. They don't have smart, advanced missiles. They have maybe a few RPGs and just some machine guns and barely.
Dario, can you please tell the audience now where they can go to share? Because I think like I said before, it's one thing that we share things on our channels. It's a different thing for it to go viral. So if they can go and comment as much as they can on things that are happening with the Druze, whether on Instagram or on X too. And I'm just saying it again, share everything, share the news, add your comments. It's so important. It's not easy. Those things are being suppressed because we're not backed by the mindless Muslim mob that is so willing to make everything that they want to share visible versus people like the Druze who don't have that. So I know it's a lot of times people watch and they do it passively. And it's not something I usually ask in that amount of intensity, but this time I'll be super intense and I'll ask you with really, please, this is important. It doesn't cost money, it doesn't do much, and it's a matter of life and death. It's a matter of life and death, and you can contribute. I know people are sometimes very hesitant to share things and to comment and to show what they're looking at. But it's not enough. It's not enough right now, not when it's a matter of life and death, not when we think, not when we need things to go viral. And especially, it's not even just today, because it needs to reach the American government. It needs to reach, and they need to feel it also from the ground as much as possible, all the governments, wherever you can, right, Russia, all of them. It's there. Where are they? How they're getting all these sanctions lifted? Why does it happen? It's because people don't care and don't share. And I know there are so many viewers who view right now, but there are, let's see, how many viewers are there right now? It says
422 live.
So 400. How many shares did you get to things that you're saying?
I don't know, but that's what I want to ask people.
There aren't even 10 shares, let alone 400. And it's so important, and it's intense because it's not about it's about saving lives. It's about saving people. We are here in the middle of the Middle East. It's not a game. It's not a team sport. It's not, the Druze are fighting the jihadists. How interesting. And yes, we support the Druze. No, it's not a team. It doesn't work like that. People need to feel the pressure from you, from the ground. The government needs to feel it wherever you are. Those things need to be seen. And because it's coming to you, what do you think would happen? It's coming to Europe, it's coming to the USA. And I want to 400 people are watching. I want to see 400 shares. I want to see 400 people talking about it. And not only talking about it, making sure others do it as well. Anyone. Even, you know what? Ask your friends, hey, I know you are not into politics, but can you do me a favor? Because it's a matter of life and death. It's a matter of life and death. Share it with your friends, with your family. This is what the pro-Palestinians did, and they did it based on absolutely nothing. They did it just out of smear and despite and hate, but they went from door to door to door. They talked to it with, missionaries. They acted like missionaries, and it's time we act like missionaries as well. It's time for us to be less prideful, as I think, because our side, the right wing or whatever, our side is a bit too prideful. We don't go door to door and just beg for people. It's a matter of life and death. It's time for us to do whatever it takes, go on our knees if that's what it takes. This is where we have to get to. That's the mindset we have to have. It doesn't make sense the jihadists would do anything except being decent human beings to get whatever they need. And while we are trying to convince, it doesn't work this way. If you don't manipulate people emotionally, if you don't manipulate people emotionally, people are not going to move. It does just, humanity doesn't work this way. It's so comfortable to just be passive about those things. It's so easy to be like, oh my God, yes, like, oh yeah, I support it and everything, and then do nothing about it, not even share, just because you're afraid of the backlash of your like Muslim neighbor. It's life or death, and that Muslim neighbor that is gonna come at you because you shared something about saving the Druze. Guess what? He's just waiting, and just right now what he has in his house is a factory of knife manufacturing to come and get you anyway when the time is right and when there is an opportunity. It's like, it's time for us to understand, like, we need to cut it when it's as soon as possible, because it's only going to grow and grow and grow, and they're going to come and get you. Because if you feel like you cannot speak now, it's going to get way worse down the line. So share, talk, ask, just I beg you, I'm like on my knees, like, but I, like, if you want to see me on my knees, I beg you to share it with your friends, your family. Just tell them, hey, this is, I know you are not into that, or you're like, I don't care, like, just share it. It's a matter of life and death. Please share it. It's all you have to do. It just, people have to understand what's going on with minorities in the Middle East. Let's not get to, let's make it stop now. Let's stop it while they didn't get the huge amount of weapons they will get, because the sanctions are lifted. Like, close that window, close it as soon as possible. Make sure, like, how you get a dictatorship is when people they stop being involved, when they stop speaking their mind, when they stop being involved with government work. It's because, like, so many people right now around the world just gave up their power to governments and others who and then there are two situations. One, the government is all good willing and good meaning, but there's so much shit going on right now, they don't even manage to themselves cover everything, right? They're overwhelmed and they don't know. So and I want to say, like, there is in no world is there better information than people on the ground. Because you need to understand, those who are sitting in offices, they depend on other people coming to them. And if they're and the fact that there are officials already distorts the data that they are getting, right? Because they are getting things from all over that are people who have interests, and then they lie to them. And just them walking down the street already distorts the situation around them, because the streets are getting cleaned before they pass by. So there is so much intel that can only come from people who care about what's going on the ground and share it, and don't think that this is okay, this is what Musande did do. No, it doesn't work this way. You don't understand how fundamentally different it is to have people on the ground raising alarms and talking about intelligence on the ground. There is no substitute to that. The government cannot do it for you. There are things only us people who we can do. Only we can do. And the second thing is that a lot of times when so many got lazy about it, it's like, yeah, the government would, like, the government needs to do that. The government needs to do this, needs to do that. And then they give up the power to the government, who only tries to, like, beef up their own pockets or do the minimum necessary for them to make it, and then they just appease everybody, because this is how they get tranquility. And while they get tranquility, your livelihood, somebody is threatening it, and you are doing absolutely nothing about it. And I'm so tired of that mindset that became so like the mainstream mind. Like, this is how people think, like, oh, the government. No. Do you? There is no, what democracy is? It's the people's rule. And people's rule only work if people care and do things. The government cannot do everything. And even making people share stuff is so freaking hard. And it's life and death. And can you not see that this is coming to you? And when it would, if you didn't share, if you didn't speak up, if you didn't talk to your neighbors and family about it like missionaries do, you deserve what's coming. You deserve it. Even if you were standing and you were like, yeah, I voted the right way, or I watched your channel and supported you guys. Okay, sweethearts, we are at war. This is the same as just telling, like sitting on the couch and eating popcorn while someone else is like, oh yeah, you can go fight them, good job, okay, I support you, I believe in you. No, doesn't work this way. It's coming everywhere, and you have to speak up, do the missionary work, like talk to your family. Like I said, okay, take, I don't know, one of those videos, like Instagram, just share it on your stories, send it to your friends because this is strong, right? Send it in private messages and say, listen, this is life or death, please share it. Just that's it. Speak up, use your mouth, say, hey, what is happening? It's so important. It's so powerful. People don't understand. They think they don't have power, but it's so powerful. We think how do you think the news and the media, every outlet that we have got distorted the way it did? It wasn't because there is a huge chunk of the population that never bothered to participate in the feedback loop, while there was a portion of the especially the Muslim Islamist population, that they did everything they could to participate in the feedback loop of whatever is being said in the media, whatever is being conveyed by politicians. They never ever sleep on anything. Whatever is being said in school, whatever is published in what cartoons are published where, they never ever sleep on any little thing they perceive as a threat to their cause to globalized intifada and take over the world. They slept on absolutely nothing. While the vast majority, did they participate in the feedback loop? No, they didn't. They don't share, they don't comment. You cannot compare. You guess what? There are way more Christians. There are still more Christians than there are Muslims, especially if you take into account how many Muslims have a stable connection to the internet versus how many Christians. And yet Christians are doing nothing to defend Christians and themselves.
Thank you, Rebecca, for saying that. Thank you so much for, pushing out this, guys. Let me just say this. I'm trying right now to, in every possible way, to bring it up to the attention. I'm far away. I cannot be there with them to try to help, defend, or fight beside them. They are closing in. They already took a few villages. They're killing them. They're kidnapping their women and children. My relatives right now are fighting in the front or staying at home, and they're closing at them. And the only thing that I can do on my side, and I will need your help here, is try to amplify this voice. I don't care about likes, shares, algorithm, and all this stuff. Trust me when I tell you right now, just to bring this out to the attention so more pressure can be put on international officials. One way to do it, if I could, I would be posting on Instagram, on Twitter, on X, or I don't know what, but you can do that as well. Just make a short post, stand with the Druze in Syria. Don't let them be slaughtered. They're being attacked. Write something like that, post it, share it out there so the world can see more and more, because they're just not talking about this, not talking about it in social media. And let me read to you something very, very disturbing. Rockets can reach all of northern Israel upon directive from the Minister of Defense, Major General Engineer Marhaf Abu Qasra, and following the development in Sueda. So this is, the Syrian army. Governorate and the assault on innocent civilians and Ministry of Defense fighters. So they're saying that the Druze is assaulting them and trying to change the narrative to make it look like the Druze are the terrorists here and they need to be killed. The Shaheen brigades are flying in the sky in Sueda. So what they're saying here, they're making a clear statement that they're starting to use their drones. The Shaheen brigade, now they don't have fighter jets, they have military drones that they took from different places, from Iran and other loot of war. Now I asked my friend, what does that mean, to explain that to me? And he said, because the IDF has been too passive. They're now officially announced they'll be using heavy drones. What are we waiting for? Do you really want to see it on your borders next month? Don't do it for the Druze, do it to protect yourself. And that's what I've been saying from the beginning. Here's this drone that I'm talking about. Let's see if that's the one.
Yeah, I think maybe try tagging the IDF as much as possible and like officials.
So
I don't
guys,
know.
this is the drones, one of them that they're trying right now. The Druze have no way to defend themselves from that. They barely have ammunition to fight on the ground, let alone start shooting drones from the sky. They don't have bunkers, they don't have bomb shelters, they don't have ways to defend their women and children from massive invasion of an army with tanks and artillery that is coming to kill and slaughter them. And they're right now at the mercy of the Western community of Israel to go and fully intervene. If there's a way that you can help, and the way that we can help is by changing public perception of what's happening and pressuring the people so we can save my relatives, so we can save the people, the Druze right now who are fighting there, and the Christians and the Alawites and the Muslims, the peaceful ones. Anyone that is, God-loving, peaceful human being in Syria right now is under a dire threat from these radicals. And when you look at these Grad missiles, they're on the way right now to shoot them on these villages. They're on the way right now to shoot them, probably later on to shoot them on Israel. When you look at, that's the kind of, these are heavy rockets. They were used by Hezbollah to threaten Israel. This is a very serious thing, guys. And I'm asking anyone who's watching this right now. I'm not asking you to help my family in Israel or me. I'm asking you to help the Druze in Syria. The ones that are literally right now experience the worst genocidal attempt that is coming on them. Let it not be one of these days where we come later on in the books of history and we say, why didn't we do anything when that happened? It's happening right now under our nose. It happened 2 years ago, on October 7th, under our nose. It's happening right now again. And if we don't try to pressure our governments, to pressure our own, social media to start stepping up and reporting properly who are the good guys and who are the bad guys, who are the innocents and who are the perpetrators, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen by itself. Either some people there just don't care and they let the algorithm run free, and we know that there's more of these radicals than us, and they take advantage of the system. They share everything, they post everything, they report everyone, they report me and Rebecca as if we're the bad guys all the time, so we need the people to bring that to the table, bring it to your government, bring it to your politicians, bring it to your work. Let them know that there is right now an attempted genocide against minorities in Syria that includes the Druze, the Christians, the Alawite, and every God-loving, peace-loving minority that is there, including Muslims, who are fearing for their life because this country have been kidnapped by radical jihadists. And there's no difference between Al-Qaeda, Daesh, ISIS, Hamas, and the government of Jolani. There's no difference. They haven't done anything to prove it so far. Aside from putting a suit and going and taking your money, tax-paying European and American money, aside from that, and fooling your presidents, and getting a hug or a high five from all kind of world leaders, aside from that, they haven't done anything to prove that they're not jihadists, and they have done everything they can to prove that they are. That's what they're doing right now. They have done everything to prove that they are radical jihadists, and they're going, as we're speaking right now, slaughtering people. I'm talking, someone asked me who is my sources, so I can tell you right now. Here's what I wrote him. Brother, you will survive this, and I will meet you in person one day. That's my relative in Syria right now, who's at home protecting his family while his brother is fighting outside. He doesn't have a weapon because they don't have money to buy it. And he told me, brother, I hope so, but we need immediate international protection. They are entering our areas. Some of you might have heard or seen several text messages between families talking to their families on October 7th that were hiding in the bomb shelters trying to protect their families. You know what? They don't even have bomb shelters in Syria.
Yeah.
So yeah, one way is to help by sharing this video, even that link right here. Let it go out there. Let people hear If anyone here right now that is watching will just go right now and share that in some kind of a platform that might help this video to reach out. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ways that I can help this voice to reach out. The minorities in Syria need our help. They're being slaughtered right now. Western media is not reporting it. They jump on reporting every thing they shouldn't, but they don't report.
Even now, there is so much from Gaza. Like seriously, honestly speaking, like Gaza, like that's nice to have, right? But nothing there is gonna change. But there's a thing that you can actually change and help the situation. Like it's real, like, you know, people, like, even if you take those people who are like pro Gaza, like, let's be honest, you have zero chances of, you cannot make more noise than the noise that they made, right? They can do nothing. And yet, and still, like, people share more about Gaza than they do about the Druze in Syria. A thing that they actually can impact.
Yeah, you know what's crazy, Rebecca? That some of the people that I'm talking with right now, God forbid, but some of them might be dead very soon.
Exactly. This is why I say, people, share now. Like, I don't know, like, whatever makes the world wake up, even if this the Israeli army or like Israelis, you know, or anything, just it does matter. It does matter. Like for like, if Trump would call Giuliani right now on the phone and tell him stop it right now, or Damascus is gone, then you can stop it right now. Like, but this phone call needs to happen. And this phone call only happens if there is pressure from the ground. People don't understand how many decisions are being made just by what people think people on the ground want. You guys that don't understand how much power you have. And the Islamists are participating, I said it before, the feedback loop on this, like the most loudest way. And our side, barely even comments, barely even sharing. It doesn't matter. Like, just stop right now. Stop even listening to me. Go to whatever platforms you have. Go to send things to your family and friends and say, hey, this is a slaughter, a massacre. We can stop by making it visible right now. Literally all that needs to happen is one phone call. One phone call could stop it. And we saw how Trump and other leaders are acting, right? They 100% get their act in accordance to what they think the ground wants and needs, and like whatever like their supporters say. Then be that voice. Be that voice. I want to see 400 million, like whatever. Like there, I see here. Okay, so there are 150 viewers right now on YouTube. I want to see at least 150 posts, shares, likes, comments, and obviously, like on everything, on every media item that has to do with the Druze.
Now, share a video, guys. It's a bit of a hard one to watch. But these are Druze young men who were caught right now in the villages. And here's another one. Maybe even a bit harder, at least for me to watch, but this is a very known. They're boasting about how they're shaving their beards. They're mocking them by calling them, you know, humiliating names. Now, we've seen similar images, maybe in the past, things like that in the Holocaust, with the Nazis when they were shaving the beards of Jews. And there's something very, very disturbing and related between Nazism and radical Islam. Somehow they love each other. They admire Hitler over there. And this is in a way, for them, a way to humiliate their enemies by shaving their beards, their religious, their status.
هذول شوارد بني منتوف بني مضغوط عنته لك
Well, just getting really pissed. For those of you who joined right now, I'll just recap what I've been talking right now. I'm here with Rebecca. She's from Israel. I'm here in Germany. I'm a Druze. She's a Jew. My relatives and our Druze brothers and sisters in Syria right now are fighting for their life. The government is attacking them with a bunch of jihadists, raiders, from Al-Qaeda and ISIS, alongside with the government. They're coming with, here we'll show you. They're coming with missiles and rockets and tanks and heavy artillery. And here's some of the grads that they're bringing with them. And here is, they're attacking them right now with tanks, with artillery, with drones from the air, from the ground. They've already taken apparently three Druze villages. These are all reports that I'm getting from people in Syria, so, it's as accurate as it can be. My relatives there are keeping me updated. I have a close relative right now that is at home with his family, trying to defend his family while his older brother is fighting in the front line. He just told me this. The town of El-Mazrah has been captured, which is another town, which means they're only a short distance from taking the city of Sueda. So these jihadists, the proxies of the government, including with the government, have broken the agreement with Israel to stay away from the Druze and to stay away from the south. And they're coming right now to kill and slaughter the Druze. And they've taken a few villages already. They're shaving their beards. They're kidnapping their women. Here he just sent me this. The Israeli army and government must act immediately. If we remain silent, we will be destroyed. These are messages that I'm getting right now live, and I'm sharing it with you from the equivalent of the October 7th that the Druze are suffering right now from the hands of radical Muslims in Syria. And if we don't do anything to stop it, they will be slaughtered. As you can see, instead of going into the mountain, they started by attacking the villages outside the mountain in the flatland. And to bring, this is just an image here of some Druze fighters that managed to fight them off and destroy some of their equipment. They went several times on rescue attempts to rescue some of the kidnapped people that were kidnapped from their houses. They managed to rescue back, lost many Druze. That's one of the drones that they were using there to attack them. Basically, the moment they come out of the mountain, they're sentencing themselves to death because they're in the open fields. They have no way to defend themselves from the drones. These are foreign fighters that joined the Syrian army who were captured by the Druze fighters there. That's a Christian fighter that died trying to defend his Christian family alongside with the Druze. As they're fighting, the Christians and the Druze right now are fighting for their life, guys, in Syria, against all odds, against an army, basically. And if we don't do anything, then we're just going to have another October 7 on our hands that happened right under our nose. I have a few sources in Syria. I hope they're still alive as I'm talking to them.
I want to say for those who are on X, I see you guys are sharing. Please also comment. Sharing is not the thing that boosts the post the most. Comments do. So please comment. Just comment. It's really important. So. Okay.
Just had another update from one of the people there. They said that they lost, the 3 cities, 3, little Druze towns. They're saying it's very bad. As I'm listening to his voice, you can hear the shelling and the bombing in the background and the shooting.
Mhm.
He's saying it's very bad. They're trying their best to fight, but they just don't have ammunition. They don't have the manpower, and they don't have the way to protect themselves from these tanks and artillery and rockets that are coming their way. And he's just saying it looks very, very bad. That's exactly what I heard right now, and I'm giving that to you. Hope help can arrive. I really hope, guys. I really hope.
I also want to say, like, can we take a moment to admire the pro-Palestinian side, how they managed in a couple of hours while people were still slaughtering Jews around, like in Israel, they managed to go out in the streets and celebrate in that and like this amount and that mass.
Yeah. I think whoever is watching right now, it's a good time to pray as well for these brave Druze men and women that are right now there. Send your prayers. Try to contact anyone you can to share this information, to bring it out. Like I said, I haven't seen mainstream media covering it for some unknown reason. They're not covering it. They just don't care. They don't care about the Druze. They don't care about minorities in the Middle East. They don't care about the Christians. They're being slaughtered in Sudan and in northern Africa. They don't care about these things.
One sec, I'll be back in a minute.
No Jews, no news. That's what they always say, right? No Jews, no news. Thank you, Nidesh. Thank you, anyone that is trying to share this and help amplify this. We're live right now witnessing the genocidal attempt by the Jawlani government against the Druze. To give you context, whoever joined right now, so there have been clashes for quite some time happening right now where the Muslims there try to do to the Druze what they did to the Alawites and the Christians, ethnically cleansing and killing them. The Druze fought back, and then the government kind of demanded that they give away their weapon. And the Druze said, no, we're not going to give our weapons. We need them to defend ourselves. And since then, the government has been trying to frame the Druze as a terrorist organization so they can go and take away their weapons, while meanwhile not demanding to take away the weapons from the terrorist proxies that they have there, Al-Qaeda and ISIS and all these, Bedouin Muslim tribes there that are attacking the Druze. From then until now, we had several massacre attempts against the Druze in Damascus, in the area over there, and also on the area of Sueda. For those who don't know, let me show you Sueda. Here you can maybe see a little bit the area. Let me see if I have one in English. Well, it's all in Arabic here. You see Sueda, that's this area where you have this Druze flag. And then you have, Damascus up in the north. You have Israel in the west, and they're right now surrounding the Druze areas and attacking it. And Sueda is disconnected. They cannot reach Israel, so you don't have a way to help them by land. The only way you can help them is by air, unless Israel goes for a full-on, ground invasion, which I don't think is very practical. It's going to happen right now, but I definitely know that they have all the capability to do it by the air if they choose to. Now, with this in mind, the Druze there are fighting right now with all they have. They already lost a few villages. They've been having their men and women, men killed and women and children kidnapped. and they're humiliating, shaving their beards, and etc. And these jihadists are combined. These are military trucks and tanks. They're all going down right now. And this is a clear breach of the agreement that Israel had with Jolani, stay away from the Druze, but also stay away from the south. We don't want to see any of your forces southern Damascus, and this is southern Damascus. So I don't know what is happening here. I'm afraid to think that this was maybe even coordinated. I don't think so. But because Israel did go, you know what? Israel did go and attack several other tanks. But like I said, it's not enough, and they're still fighting. If you ask me, we just need to intensify the attacks in Syria to make it clear for them that anyone who comes and tries to harm them is going to be dead. And then these people will run away. Any ways that you guys can help as we're speaking right now is by trying to reach people, trying to share with as many people as can about what's happening. I'm getting here live reports from my contacts and relatives on the ground who are either in the front line fighting or very close to the front line. It's not easy. Whoever came here, thanks for coming, guys. Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah, Jack Alton is in Israel right now, I think. I don't know how to reach him, though. Do you know how to reach him?
No.
Yeah, neither do I.
You know, there was Christians and Druze.
Erdogan has so much blood in his hands.
Yeah, well, he's
This man
officially.
is,
Yeah, he officially.
Officially?
Yes, Atheist Gamer is joined right now. He's trying to catch up. So let me run you guys through in very quickly again. Okay, I'm gonna do this run again for those who just joined right now. I'm gonna cough for a few seconds to clear my throat, and then I'm gonna run. So Rebecca, the mic is.
So I think actually what we're seeing right now, and I think this is important if we can stay as long as possible, because I see people are starting to do things like rallying. We need to rally up the troop, the forces,
Yes.
to comment and share and go let it go viral, right? Like I think like it's so important, and I think we're starting to see this happening right now. And you guys, please continue. So this is like, I think this is the most important thing we're doing right now here, is just make you guys help us make it. Like we write posts, we like share videos as much as we can, we like everywhere we can, and 1 second. And what we need is your help to make it go viral. So comments are super important. I know it takes a bit longer than hitting like or share, but please write comments. And I will literally, like, it's it's a fog of war, it's a fog of whatever is happening. But if the pro-Palis manage to bring 1 million people out in the streets to shout against the Jews, how about we rally people enough to speak about it, share, talk it, make it viral? Like, I don't think we need to go out, and I think Israelis should go out in the streets, honestly. But like others throughout the world, like just make it viral, make sure that you tag, or like make it mainstream media, and you have the power to do so. Okay, you don't understand how much power you have, and I want to see you participating in it, because it's not just it's enough. I'm so tired of passive participation. You know what? The pro-Palis and the jihadists took over because they took action. And our side is so frustrating in a sense that we're being so passive. It's so hard to convince people to share anything on anything. It's so, why is it like,
I don't know.
please,
Let me give
please,
a quick
please.
update. We're getting right now reports from Israelis as well. They're saying the רוצה in the Golan, the regional council of the Golan, in the last few hours, there were attacks by the IDF deep in Syria. These attacks are expected to continue also in the nearby hours. We are in direct contact with the military forces, the security forces. There's no change in the instructions or the effect it's going to have on the civilian area in the Golan. There is some block roads in the roads, but they allow the citizens to reach back their homes. So these things usually happen when Israel is maneuvering military forces. They'll start blocking the roads so the forces can go clearly and fast. But saying also we will allow anyone to go back to his house, but just to let you know, so if people were planning some kind of a picnic or something like that, they will, change their plans right now. So it looks like Israel is taking this very seriously and is going to intensify its work in Syria against these radical jihadists. For those of you who don't know what's happening, I'm going to run you through the report again. Let's see which video I want. Yeah, this one. So this is, let's put it with sound.
دبابات اكلوا خرا الدروز صور محمد حط
These are tanks. He's saying these are government tanks. That was already arrived. They went down to the south. They broke the agreement with the IDF to stay away from Druze, staying away from southern Damascus, and now they're going down to attack the Druze villages, community civilians. They added also trucks with big launchers and Grad missiles, very, very heavy bombs and rockets. And right now also said they're going to start using drones. So it looks like Syria is basically saying we're going on an all-out war against the Druze. And then they're using their Bedouin proxies around to ambush the roads as the Druze are trying to come down from the mountain to go and rescue the villages that are, being in harm's way. But by that, rescuing their own forces because they are exposed in the open areas and they don't have the ammunition and the weapons to actually fight this kind of warfare in the open. But either they're going to just let their families and relatives to be slaughtered, which are the villages outside of Sueda under the mountain, or they're going to go out and get slaughtered in the way. Here are government jihadists with their, see, there's ISIS flags there. These are government people. These are government people, guys. And they have ISIS flags on their vests. And as you can see here on the car, it says International Security Command. These are vehicles of the government of Syria. And they're using everything they can right now to call for a jihad, to go and slaughter the Druze and to go and do that. They did that under the assumption that they were feeling that the West have abandoned the minorities, the Christians and the Druze mostly, and other minorities, Alawites in Syria, because they've been talking about normalizing relationships. So what they're saying is our brother Jolani here is tricking the world. Look at that. He wears a suit. He got a hug from Macron. Donald Trump said some nice words about him. Sanctions have been lifted. Now Israel is even talking about some normalization with them. Now is our chance. They're on our side. They forgot about the minorities. Let's go and attack the minorities. And they went now with an attempt to slaughter the minorities. I am receiving my reports from people on the ground right now in Syria who are sending me videos and updates about what's happening in Syria live. Some of them are in the front line. This is a truck that was taken down by the Druze forces when they went to rescue some of the Druze kidnapped hostages that were taken. So imagine October 7, only that this time the government is the one that is doing October 7 to its own citizens. And the citizens need to go and fight the government and the terrorists at the same time to stop it. That's what's happening right now in Syria. It's their own version of October 7 on a different scale. You can see here, allegedly, some of these are foreign fighters from the Syrian army that got detained by the Druze religious man when they came to their village, and they're disarming them there. That's a Christian man who fought and died along the Druze there, fighting for his family. These are some of the reports that have been happening early in the morning, as things were happening during the morning, leading to the attack over the Syrians. The recovery of the kidnapped is a matter of time, and anyone who wants to join the state apparatus is welcome. They're calling their citizens. If anyone want to come and help recover the kidnapped, come and join us. So we have citizens going and arming themselves and going into harm's way to try to save Druze kidnapped women and children. And then, you know, many of them died in the way, and they managed actually to save quite a lot of the kidnapped hostages. Urgent statement is issued by the spiritual presidency calling for international protection. 2, categorically reject the entry of any security authority in the areas, especially the general security and the commission. So they're saying, the Druze are saying to everyone, don't let the Syrian police trick you and tell you we're coming to enter your village to protect you, because they're going to come and kill you and kidnap your women. That's just a trick. It's a bunch of terrorists that kidnap the government, and they're using that trick to fool you. It's working on Europe, but it's not working on the Druze and the minorities in Syria. Last night, public security personnel entered our administrative borders under the cover of protection. The police came and said, hey, we're going to enter here to protect you because there's people who want to harm you. Muslim, police in Syria. But they bombed our border village and supported the Takfiri gang using heavy weapons and drones. So they supported some of the Bedouin gangs there, helped them to enter. It was a Trojan horse. There was a Haybar ya Yahud, the same trick that they've done on the Jews when they convinced them that they're planning to have a ceasefire, their faces in peace. And when the Jews let their guard down, that's in the time of Muhammad the Prophet, and opened their gates, they went in, killed the man, and took the women as sex slaves and the children as slaves. Last night, the public security personnel entered. I said that. Number 4, we hold the full responsibility for anyone who participates or seeks to bring public security into our areas, and for all those involved in the targeting of our people and our land. Number 5, we repeat our urgent request for security and immediate international protection in order to protect the blood of our people. Number 6, God help, and we will not hesitate to defend our dignity and our land by all legitimate means. Someone's asking questions here. Jolani was in Al-Qaeda and the ISIS. Those are 2 separate factions, but have fought each other. So to answer Atheist Gamer, that's a good question. Here is my theory. I've been thinking about it the other day. Imagine you're sitting in a military CIA cell with your friend who ends up to be the head of Al-Qaeda, the head of ISIS, sorry, and you happen to be Jolani. And you're sitting there and you're talking, and he comes and tells you, listen, man, I have a crazy idea. Hear me out. We can go and kidnap the whole nation, and we can become rich, billionaires. And he tells them, get out of here, get out of here, Baghdadi, are you crazy? This can't happen. No, listen me out. We can kidnap a nation, and the West will pay us money by having our people killing each other and killing the Jews. But get out of here, are you crazy? That's not even going to work. No, of course, I tell you, Arafat did that. He did that, yes, Arafat. Ismail Haniyeh did that. All the Hamas guys did that. It works. Khomeini did that. It works. That is the exit. We have an exit plan. We kidnapped. We create our own terrorist group. We fuel them with hate. We go, we attack, we kidnap people, we kill them, we butcher them, and then we attack the Jews or attack America. They come to fight us. We hide behind our own people as human shields. We also kidnap the education system. We learned that from Hezbollah and from Iran and from Gaza. They did it the best in Palestine. Kidnap the education system, raise kids to want to become shaheeds and martyrs. And then they go and do the job for us. And then me and you can sit back and count the money and collect it, and we can be rich as hell, man. This is our exit. We can be richer than Taylor Swift. And Jolan tells him, get out of here, you're crazy. This never works. Trust me, let's do it. I'm going to create ISIS. Then later on, you're going to branch out and you're going to go and conquer Syria. You will control Syria. I'll control Iraq and this area. And we can become billionaires, man. And then they go and they do that. That's what Jolani did. He goes, and then they have some kind of diffuse, probably over money and ideology, and they break out. But Jolani stayed with his own idea. how can I conquer Syria and become a billionaire? So he goes and he does that. And then he tells them, he remembers what Baghdad told him, but listen, once you do that, here's how you trick them. You shave the beard, you put a suit, and they're all going to fall for it. They're going to send their parliament members, women, I don't know what, don't shake their hands. It might be a bit tricky, but in general, don't be too rude to them because the world is watching. But they will send money. France will fall for it easily. Macron will come and hug you and probably do some cocaine on the table with you. Don't fall for the cocaine. Don't let them film you. But in general, that's what the French are going to do. They're a bunch of weirdos. Europe, Germany, they will send some women to go and greet you. There's going to be a bit of a culture shock for them because they're feminists. But you know what? It's okay. We can live with that. America is a bit of a problem. If it's the Biden administration, we're very lucky. But if it's Trump, it's not going to look good. But we're still going to have to ease our way through it. But trust me on that. It's going to work. So here they go and they do it. And that's exactly what happened right now. A terrorist who started in a cell with al-Baghdadi and some ISIS guys managed to go and fool the world and take over a country and take the example of Gaza, the example of Lebanon, the example of Iran, and to become a billionaire. And that's what he's trying. He's probably not a billionaire yet, but that's the exit. That's the exit plan, the unicorn idea in the Silicon Valley of the jihadists in the Middle East. That's how they do it, and that's what's happening. So I hope that I help answer your question about Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and I don't know what. That's just a thought that came to me the other day when I was laying on my sofa and thinking about what can be happening here. And I think this is very, very accurate.
But honestly, I do think they managed to fool some of the Druze themselves. Like, I had a talk with Syrians lately, and I was like, why are you so optimistic? Because you saw me, I was a hardliner against anything Julani, and I had made several videos, and wherever I can put a jab on the West talking with Julani or Julani in general, I did it, even with videos that had nothing to do with Julani. I, like, wherever I could, like, I would add that. And when I had this conversation, I was like, I was hearing them, and they were like, yeah, now that there's those talks, and they're gonna find like some of agreement for the Druze, like they're gonna like, and all I could think was like, I don't believe it. Like, and I didn't know, like, because they were local, right? So they're like Druze in Syria, and I was thinking, okay, if they believe that, maybe they know something I don't. I couldn't believe it. Like, and also when it just started, I don't know like how long ago it was, I said, don't take your leg off the gas. Right, once it started, I knew what's going to happen. It would go viral, and then like everybody's going to forget about the Druze and fall asleep, and it's going to happen again. And it's like, don't. But I feel like even the Druze themselves fell asleep.
So here's the thing. In Syria, you have three kind of Druze factions, houses. One is the one that, sorry, I've been talking for so long, losing my voice. One is the one that is saying we're going to stand and defend our people. We're not going to let anyone dictate for us because we know these guys are going to try to kill us. They've been trying to kill us for 1,000 years. We're not going to give our way. We're going to defend our people. Live in peace, respect us, respect you. Try to harm us, we'll harm you. Then there's another group that is kind of trying to bring the diplomatic way and saying, okay, listen, guys, let's try to work together. And they're trying to portray also the Druze are actually Muslims. They're not different than you, because Islam has been always telling you, are you guys Muslims like us or you're different? Because if they're different, they need to kill them. No, we're like you, yeah? So give us your women. Let us marry your daughters. And the Druze, I don't know. That's why they moved to live in their own villages. So they've been living under this taqiyya, which is basically hiding their identity to survive. And then there's a third group that is more kind of the Judenrat of the Druze. They're the ones that have been sold themselves already to the government, and they're trying to make the Druze disarm and trying to portray the Druze as well there as kind of a bunch of terrorists, but to please the radical Islam. They work for the government. They're on the side of the government, and they're not to be trusted. And they're like the Bruce family in Braveheart. But only the Druze ended up changing and becoming, kind of a main force of fighting the battle there. But in the beginning, there was, in the movie at least, there were the traitors. So here you have these ones. So sometimes you'll have a Druze that either fall for that, or if you accidentally end up talking with a Druze from Lebanon, and over there you have a little bit more of radicalized, full-on Muslim Brotherhood supporting Druze. You know, the Jumblat faction and his friends, they support Hezbollah, and they, even seeing what they've done to the Druze in Syria, they will still choose to support Muslim Brotherhood over the Druze. I've been talking for one guy. I have a group with me and Rafael, talking to this guy named Karim. He's allegedly, a Druze from Lebanon. His father was from Lebanon. He fought alongside Hezbollah. The guy's full-on Muslim Brotherhood, Holocaust denier. Like, it's insane. It's insane. They're ridiculous. He's an American citizen, full-on woke, crazy, batshit stupid. So you have these guys as well. But in general, the majority of the Druze, it's like, even if they thought in the beginning that maybe, I don't know what, they know for clear right now who's their enemy and who's their allies. The only thing is they're just wondering how far can their allies go in trying to defend them. And right now they're on the verge, of total annihilation, almost, in Syria. Let me see if I can get another update from them.
And I'll use this post to remind you to share, comment, not here in this video, anyone's video, anything. You see that on X, look for it on X, on Instagram, everything. Comment, share, share with your friends privately, make it go viral. It's so, so, so important. Like, we cannot do those things alone. We need your help. And there is significance in numbers, and don't underestimate your contribution. Like, it's so, so important. And I feel like I'm asking here again and again and again, the same thing, always, like, make sure as much as you can, please make it on X, like, not just us, everything you see, just share, comment. It's very important to comment as well. I know it takes a bit longer. And just like, it's so, it's like, people understand how important that is. Think about the pro-Palis, how everything that is in their favor or against them, how they swarm it like that. Sometimes, sometimes we need to learn something from our enemies because it works. And it doesn't work because they are just or right or righteous or anything like that. It works because they try and they do, which is something we don't do enough. So please, like, right now we have Christians fighting there as well with the Druze. It's a real threat to Christianity in the Middle East. It also sends a message. If you allow that to happen, I promise will be no more Christianity in the Middle East, because it sends a message that Christian blood is allowed, Druze blood is allowed, Yazidi blood is allowed. It's just, this is how they say it. Like, they stretch the line. And the more they can stretch it, the more others will join in.
Sorry, I'm trying to play with put the screen so they see you more when you're talking. Contact the Israel Guys channel. I don't know who's the Israel Guys.
Yeah, I don't know them either.
I've heard that name before. I think it's okay. 1 second, I have another update, so I'm gonna listen to it. So, Rebecca, the mic is yours.
Oh, again? Okay. I'm just let me see what's happening. Yeah, I see a lot of you here. People are commenting, but remember, nothing is enough. Like, I want to say, even if you say like this, there are a lot of comments. No, don't be lazy about it. Like, embrace the mindless Palestinian bot that is in you, the evangelical missionary mindset, because it matters. I'm trying to just give the same idea in so many different ways, but I can see your participation. I can see there are more listeners than there are participants, and it's so important. Like, it's one of the hardest things in whatever we do, is to switch people, to turn them from passive to actives. And you know that, right? You go through, you scroll, you consume information, but it's not enough anymore. Just because you know something doesn't mean others know it. It's so important to take action. It's so important. I just cannot emphasize, because I can see you're sharing, I can see everything. And please, like, everybody who has Tusi covered it? That's I can talk to Tusi. I think I have his number. I forgot about him. Let me check. Oh my God, you guys! You see, even like suggesting things in the comments. I texted Ben Shapiro, and we never talked before. I just say, "Hey, talk about the Druze," and that's it. It's cold intro. Oh my God! Yes, let me find his number. I think I have his number. To see. Yeah, I have his number. Oh my God.
All right, so I got another report. What's happening is that the government with their jihadists have been taking all the small villages around. They're taking them quite fast now. And the Druze, many refugees are running into Sueda, and they're preparing for the last stand, the last battle of Sueda. That's how they're seeing it. That's going to be the last stronghold. They're running out of ammunition, running low on food, electricity they don't have. The government controls the internet, the electricity, everything. They communicate there, via these means. And if help doesn't come soon, then things will look very, very bad. And the fighting, they're taking basically all the villages around Sueda, covering it, and getting ready to attack Sueda itself. And if Israel doesn't intervene very fast and help, we're going to witness a very serious genocide attempt, at least, of the Druze in Syria. Mind you, the Druze community in Syria, in Sueda, is the biggest Druze community in the world. There's only 1.5 million Druze barely on planet Earth. And the majority of them live in Syria. And the majority of them in Syria live in Sueda. And that's where right now they're being besieged and being attacked. They have with them there Christians and other minorities that went to hide among the Druze because they know that they're going to be protected by the Druze. And right now these minorities as well are fighting alongside with the Druze, the Christians, and other minorities there, trying to fend off from the Muslims who are coming to try to genocide them. But where is the world? Where is the voices of the world? Why is no one crying? All eyes on Sueda. Why is no one crying right now? Protect the Druze, because no Jews, no news. And basically the ones who usually do these things are a bunch of anti-Semite borderline Nazis who don't care about life. They just care about making the good guys look bad. And right now, you can't really make the good guys look bad. You can only make the bad guys look bad, and they don't want that. And that's why we need your help. Anyone who's watching here right now, help bring this voice up. If you have contacts on big channels, I'm a small channel, me and Rebecca here are humbled. We're trying to work as much as we can with what we have, but we're not one of the giant channels. If you have contacts with people that can have me go and talk to them and share and speak and just bring the voices of the people in Syria, please help us to go and bring the voices of our people. They're standing tall, standing strong, they're fighting, they barely have any weapons. My relatives are right now said that 2 brothers, one went to the front line to fight, the other one stayed at home to protect his mother and his sisters, and he doesn't have a weapon to even do that. And he said, we're not going to let them take us out alive. And as we're speaking, the forces are getting closer to them. And that is the situation right now. And it's very frustrating to be where I am. That the least that I can do is basically pledge and shout my voice, their voice, through this channel and try to bring it out. So that's what I'm trying to do. And I appreciate anyone who's here with us. And if you can help us bring this out, please. Mainstream media is just not covering it. And if you see sometimes me or Rebecca just, doing something, it's because we're either talking to sources. She's in Israel, I'm with the people in Syria and with the people in Israel, or we're trying to make something to push this out.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, just texting the whole world. It's not hard. It's not that easy to make people move, by the way.
No.
No, you know that. I think some
I live in
people just
Europe.
like moving.
I live in
moving,
Europe.
moving.
Trust me, I know that. It's very
Oh
hard.
my God, how is it like? Share.
Yeah.
I think we need a break a little bit. So tell us
In
what
Europe,
it's like. Yeah, in that sense, like related to making people.
I made a video the other day, quite a controversial one, but it was very important. I didn't know how controversial it was because I thought it was common knowledge. But I made a video and I said, why do so many Muslims love Hitler? And why do the Germans just choose to ignore that? And then a lot of German friends were like, I'm shocked. I didn't know that. And then I talked a little bit in depth with some of them. Come on, guys. It's a bestseller book, Mein Kampf in Muslim countries. There's many of these, especially in the pro-Palestine. If you go to pro-Palestine, like 80 to 90% of them literally support Hitler. And, they either say it clearly or they say it, later on in closed doors. It's not a secret, and they live among you. And as a country said never again, you have these people who are invited into your country who clearly support Hitler, think the final solution was not finished and they would wish it would be finished. And either they deny the Holocaust when it's convenient for them or they completely support it when it's convenient for them. So you guys are practically allowing Nazis to walk in your streets and raise flags. So why are you allowing that? Like, didn't you say never again is never again? I thought we took you serious when you said that. Many thought the Germans were serious when they said never again is never again. And I believe the older generation was, but then the younger one, they say it and they're very proud about it. They put all these stickers, F the Nazis and I don't know what, but half-shaved head, going tattoos around like a lesbian girl in a party with a poster or sticker, F the Nazis, but then they have Nazis right in front of you. Why aren't you just calling them out? It's called the pro-Palestinian movement. They're literally modern-day Nazis. They want to kill the Jews. They support Hitler. They love Hitler. So do you need more than that? And they want to annihilate the Jewish state and kill all the Jews from the river to the sea. So again, big numbers, not small numbers. So I asked, and then they came and said, yeah, but we don't really think that they understand what Nazism means. I think they're just, emotionally saying that. I'm like, what? So someone tells you, I love Hitler. I want all the Jews to be killed. I support anyone who killed the Jews, recent and before. And your reaction is he doesn't really mean what he's saying. So that it looks like to me this is kind of a main thing in Europe right now. There is many that see that, but they're just, quiet and don't want to be either go out and speak about it or afraid to be canceled and called racist. Political correctness is killing them. Or there's the ones that are actually making excuse on behalf of these jihadists. Now, again, I'm not saying that all Muslims are terrorists or support terrorism or Nazism, but there's this funny saying, not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists are Muslims. So go argue with that. So in a break of a little bit talking about Europe, that's the situation here. So I know what it is when people are, it's very hard to move them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Germany.
You know what's? I don't know. They're still what you described as people still keeping their delusions, right? But it's I feel like it's even worse when people are not delusional and yet they're willing to do nothing.
Also in America, people are saying, in America as well, they want to ignore it. They don't want to believe it. They don't want to believe that there is bad people. Someone is saying Atheist Republic. Well, guys, if you know any of these channels and they would want to have me or any of my Druze colleagues go and talk, we'll be more than happy. I basically freed all my day.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got another update from my relatives in Syria. Let me just read it before I read it to you to make sure there's nothing that can put them in harm's way. Right, he said, yes. I told him that it looks like we're working very hard on it and it looks like it might happen and more help is on the way from Israel. And I asked him, how are you doing? And I want to give them hope also, and I hope that I'm not saying anything wrong here, but I think that help is on the way.
I
And then
think
it said, yes, speed is the most important thing. Sheikh Muwaffaq Tarif must intervene immediately.
yeah.
They are on the doorstep of Sueda and will kill as they did on the coast. I am in my position.
I also want to say that a lot of people think that, okay, once Israel intervenes, like everything is fine. Everything is not fine. One of the reasons why they're now being slaughtered is because the West was like, okay, Israel showed that they are willing to pretend the Druze. That means that the other side got the message, and the Druze are not going to be touched, and everything is going to be fine. And why is that? It's because people are like, don't think that the job is done here. You have to spread this message, because otherwise you are literally like, yeah, it might stop now because Israel intervenes, but I know what's going to happen. If you guys don't share it, if you guys don't talk about it from the Western side, which is not us, we're not Western, okay? We don't have a Western voice. No matter how much, even though it sounds like we have more crowd than you guys, we are not Western. And that it takes away from our ability to sound like it's a Westerners who care. If Israelis care, it's the obvious. If Druze care, it's the obvious. Westerners need to show that they care as well about people being slaughtered and genocided in the Middle East and in general, because it's coming to you as well. So those who are like, think that they're going to be fine, you're not going to be fine. It's coming to you, and you can see that it's coming to you. And why did it come to you? Because you didn't speak up. You didn't speak up. You didn't care. You didn't care. And now it's coming to you. So care now. And it doesn't end there, because what's going to happen next is that Israel is either going to get punished by the USA for intervening. I promise I'll give my blood to I promise to you that this is how they think. This is what the West does. They would say like Israel did it. They took this measure to save the Druze and genocide it, and Israel is going to suffer way more than Julani does for intervening. And why? Because the West, the Western people like you guys, I'm guessing a lot of you are here from the Western countries, or at least not Middle Eastern or Israeli, remain silent. And then they can just swipe it under the rug. And then it's so easy to blame Israel, to make it be like, oh, why did Israel interfere? Like, we had this amazing dream of peace in the Middle East, and just let Julani do its thing and unite Syria. They were just fighting those Druze militias that are actually terrorists. They're going to sell a narrative. And Israel will pay for it. And the next slaughter will be complete genocide, and it will be silenced. And this is what happens because the West does not speak up. This is what happens. And so it doesn't end here. It doesn't end here. Don't let the West twist the information and the reality on the ground. I seen that there are Druze people, the Druze themselves in Syria are asking Israel to intervene. They are being slaughtered. You can see Mansour's family right now is afraid. He doesn't even know if they're going to make it through today. This is the real situation, and they're going to twist it. And why? Because I'm so sorry. You allow it to happen. We allow it to happen. And if Israel intervenes and you think that's it, that your job is done, I don't even know. Like, at some point, what's frustrating is the anger. Like, you are supposed to be our friends, people who support us. And I know how disappointing, like, when your friends just don't just do the bare minimum or don't show up. That hurts. And that I cannot even start to describe how many times that kind of betrayal happened to us here and how much it hurts every time. Literally by people who claim to be our friends on our side, who are not even willing to do the bare minimum. Just speak up. The pro-Palis are willing to do so much. For what? Going door to door, talking to people. Talk to your families, talk to your friends, just anyone. because it works. It works. It works. I swear, it works. Don't think you cannot do anything. It works.
Thank you, Rebecca. That's I know that there's a lot of Israelis like yourself that are standing with the Druze, standing with the Druze in Syria, standing with peace in general. And just like you mentioned, our main problem or challenge, I don't know if you can call it a problem, but it is that our numbers, there are many, we're few. We're civilized, they're barbarian. We're quiet and intellectual, they're loud and vulgar. And when it comes to shouting and spreading misinformation and controlling the media narrative, they're much more active than us. But in times like this, when it comes someone like me, and instead we step up for the sake of the people right now that are fighting, because we wake up tomorrow, it's probably going to be too late. I mean, they went in advance and they took over several villages as we speak right now, and killed their men, enslaved their women, kidnapped their children, and now they're fleeing back into Sueda, the ones who survived the mountain, and they're getting ready in Sueda to stand for their last defense. This could be the last stand. If no one helps them, that could be the last stand of the Druze in Syria. Except from the ones that are under the Israeli occupation. They're safe. It's crazy how they try to portray that, huh? They keep saying that Israel occupation is actually...
They're gonna twist it. They're gonna twist it. They have no shame. Look at this Syrian guy who wrote to me, like, what are you, like, what, like this, I cannot, like, I can see you on X. I know this guy. I know he's a Julani fan and he's a terrorist himself. But like, any weapon not controlled by the state is deemed illegal and will be met with force. The Syrian state has every right to assert its authority over all Syrian territory. The era of separatist groups has ended. And I said, like, they are taking women and children, and this is how the whitewashing of the ISIS gang of Julani looks like. And then he answered, you have no idea what is happening there, and you do not have enough information. Your country is fully aware and maintains strong coordination with the Damascus government. So trust your government and don't go against the current. Look at them. They are manipulators, liars.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You like, look, and this is and I have you guys, and and you have direct connection to Druze. And I see that, like, it's, and through you all I have like my own connection with Druze people, so I can hear what's happening really. But people on the West, they buy, like, why? Because it's so convenient to believe to that lie that he just said. You're like, don't go against the current.
Yeah, someone just wrote here, they're already lying.
This person is a genocide or murder. Mm-hmm. Don't go against the current.
Yeah, Barack yourself just wrote.
What they do, they say so, and people outside, you guys, listen to us. Don't get confused. They are masters on manipulation and lying. Believe us. Believe us.
Yeah.
Just believe us and don't think about it. Sometimes this is why there is, unfortunately, people don't like the notion of like supporting somebody just because he belongs to your group. But group identity works very strongly in that sense, where people give you misinformation and gaslight you. And okay, you know what? My family is my family. My group is my group, right? And it's like, don't think. I ask you because I know they're so sophisticated and they're going to be bombarded. Don't forget that what we said, that's the truth. And everything else is a twisting, manipulative, lying assholes who are more than happy to erase entire populations. And they do it all the time. And because it's so hard to keep your mind straight when things like that happen, because there's so much misinformation and disinformation, I beg you, step into your animalistic tribal thinking and just go by that. I know who I'm standing with. It's the Druze. That's it. I'm with the Druze. Whatever the Druze are saying, that's the truth. Whatever the Jews, like, you know, whatever. And also, like, obviously not the Wali Jumbala, who's not even a Druze. But, you know, like, what we're just saying, that's the truth. And, like, we stand with it. We want to see the safety of the Druze in Syria. If Hikmat al-Hijri, right? Al-Hijri?
Al-Hijri, yeah. Hikmat al-Hijri.
He wrote and asked for international help until the Hikmat al-Hijri doesn't say, hey, everything is fine, nothing is fine, and you don't stop supporting the Druze.
Yeah.
Because I know how it works. It's so easy because I had it on myself as well. When I talk about places like Bangladesh, and it's so easy to confuse people who are not there. And at some point I say, you know what? I know Hindus and I know Muslims. And I stand with the Hindus. Because, you know, sometimes you have to step into your tribal instincts. They're not always wrong. Sometimes it's just the way that to go, the only way you can go forward.
Thank you, Rebecca. Someone has been asking for an update, so I'm going to give a brief update again for whoever joined right now. There's a massive assault on the Druze region of Sueda and the villages around happening in Syria. As we're speaking, a group of militants accompanied by jihadists from all the region have broke into the villages around Syria. They called for a jihad to go and murder the Druze, and now they're all coming and flocking from all the area, as you can see here in the images, just different fighters from ISIS and Al-Qaeda joining together with the military, with heavy tanks and ammunition and sniper rifles and drones and artillery, and just going in there to kill the Druze. They've managed to been bombarding them. Here, I'll show you a video with some audio so you can hear. Here.
دبابات اكلوا خرا الدروز. صور محمد حط. امن العام. صوبين. السلام عليكم. الله اكبر الله اكبر الله اكبر من قبل وزاره الدفاع. الله اكبر والعزه لرسوله. الله اكبر. يلا توكلوا على الله يا اخوان. الله اكبر الله اكبر الله اكبر. يلا توكلوا على الله يا اسود اسود الجيش السوري.
Why is it so silent all of a sudden?
Sorry, I'm doing simultaneously thing here. I'm talking to some relatives from Syria and giving you an update and collecting your information. So as you can see here, they came and they attacked the villages around the mountain on the flat ground, where mostly farmers and, you know, Druze families are living there, including with some Christians and other minorities. And they forced the Druze to leave the mountain. They forced the Druze to leave the mountain and to go down to try to defend themselves, but put them in the open field. They kidnapped many Druze, women and children. So the Druze went and fought and brought them back. And then meanwhile, the government was mobilized already with the tanks and artillery and drones, and they came and started shelling the Druze towns and, you know, overwhelming them. They don't have means to fight in the open battlefield against military. Here's some of the rescue missions. They managed to go and destroy some of the vehicles of the government when they rescued kidnapped Druze people and brought them back to their homes. Israel did go with fighter jets and apparently shot down a few of the tanks. That's an image of a drone that they used, the government there, against the Druze civilians in the villages. Here we see some military people that were captured by the Druze religious people who were fighting them. Some of them look like foreign fighters. and they're being disarmed there by the Druze. That's a picture of a Christian man who died. What was his name again? Nabil El-Helo, a Christian guy, dead fighting for his family in Western Sueda after was being attacked by jihadists. And right now, the radical jihadists there and the government have managed to conquer at least 3 Druze towns, kidnapping their women, taking their children, killing their men, and many are fleeing right now into the village.
They're so smart. They're not taking photos now, huh? It's so effective.
Yes.
This is
and
how
Rebecca
stupid
here
the West is.
Rebecca shared something crazy. There was an announcement. You want to say that again? What was the announcement, Rebecca?
So it said that do not share photos of images of the slaughtering that's gonna happen, because otherwise we're gonna end up like what happened in the coast, which is their failed attempt to massacre the Alawites. So they're saying like because they shared the images and like filmed everything that they did in the coast with the Alawites, the international community like intervened, and so they're like, okay, there is strict prohibition on filming, so the slaughter would be happening without any film, like without any footage, so nobody would stop it.
So this is how terrible that is, guys. This is literally an instruction coming from the government to these jihadists and their soldiers. Don't film or record what you're doing. Do it without filming and recording, because we don't want it to go out to the Western media so they see how we're treating the minorities. It's a lesson learned that they've learned from October 7. That was one of the things Hamas did, and it backfired on them. And also when they did it to the Alawites, when they were making them, and the Christians, when they were making them go on their knees and bark like dogs, shaving their beards, murdering them in front of their wives and children, murdering their parents in front of their kids in front of their parents, sexually assaulting them and recording everything, that backfired. So now they're saying, do it, just don't film it. And this is a reality that is happening right now in Syria as we see it. To make things even worse, they started mobilizing heavy rockets and missiles, launchers and etc., that they want to use on the Druze. Now, this is military graded equipment. This is not a joke. This is something very serious. As you can see here in the pictures, these are Grad missiles that are right now being mobilized, if not even arrived, to the area of Sueda in the south, that is pretty bordering with the area of Israel, by the way. Now it's used on the Druze. Tomorrow, easily, it's used on the Israelis. Yes.
Okay, anyone here who is good being secretaries, just write down what we're saying. All this information we're giving you is not written anywhere yet. And obviously we are doing it live on video. So here's the thing, whoever can, please take out notes, like write down all those things that, like the point that, even this comment, right? Druze living in Sueda, the situation worse than bad. Write it down, like make those notes so we can post them and share them. All this news that we're getting from the ground. Right, everything that we're saying, like everything Mansour is sharing, and we're just 2 people. It's overwhelming for us. So whoever is just whatever is being said, a lot of the things that Mansour is sharing right now is exclusive information. It's nowhere else. It's absolutely nowhere else. So it's a unique source, a fountain of information that is coming. So please, I'm asking you all, just write down the most striking points, share it. Save it, like whatever, even write it down in the comments here so we can share it with the world later. But because we have to do it fast, it's not something we can do ourselves. It's gonna take us way too long, and the situation is very dire and it's happening very fast. So please do that. Please, it's something that those who are somewhere where they can write, where they can just extract the information we're sharing. Please do.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you. I'm here also talking with my relatives on Syria, on the ground, and some sources, getting information. As we're going, we've been getting the updates of how they were fighting desperately, and then the Israeli Air Force came and they were cheering out of joy because they went and saw them attack some of the tanks and destroying them. But then later on, the Air Force went away and the fighting continued. And now they're feeling like they're more confident, like Israel is not going to intervene more. So they're bringing more drones and more heavy ammunition and artillery to attack the Druze in Syria. That's one of the drones they're going to be using there. And the Druze are running out of ammunition. They're very low on weapons and food and everything. And they have nothing basically to defend themselves with. And they're seeing how they're conquering and taking village by village, completely destroying it and kidnapping the women and children after they kill the men. And now they're closing at them at the last final battle, which is the Jabal Druze over there, the Sueda. That's the village, the main Druze area in the Middle East. It's the biggest. Syria have the biggest number of Druze in the world. And there's barely 1.5 million Druze all across the world, by the way. So Syria have the biggest number of Druze in the world, and the Druze in Syria are mostly gathered around Sueda. So that's how it's hard. Now let me read for you some of the stuff that was written here by Kutiaba Pro, and Rebecca already read, but I'm going to read it again because he wrote some more. He's a Druze from Syria. I'm a Druze living in Sueda. The situation is now worse than bad, very tragic. Armed jihadists and the government are attacking village and towns, killing men and kidnapping women. Please help. Next thing that we heard from him, I just promised the people in Syria that I will be their voice. I'm an Israeli. Never thought that I'll be the voice for people in Syria, but when time comes, you got to do what needs to be done. And right now I feel if this is what needs to be done, I'm going to use my channel and platform to bring their voice. Our men are resisting, but the military preparation and equipment teams are very large. It's talking about the enemies that they have, better equipment and training and, more men, maybe not training, but more men and equipment that they have. Exactly. They take Al-Mazra. So they took over Al-Mazra. Here, someone's written here, they're entering the city. They take Al-Mazra. I guess that someone also maybe is living there. Anyone who is Druze from Syria right now who want to share something, let me know. I will write it down. I will read it out loud.
Guys, whoever has any platform and wrote it down, please just tag us in your X post and we'll share it. X post, Instagram post, just tag us, tag our handles, and we will, Mansour and I will share it. It's something we can do while we are live here, because I keep speaking with anyone, everything and everybody I can about the situation that's going on who has a platform, and they also need this data. So if you guys can help us out this way, tag us, please. This is one of the things that we have an advantage, being a rather smaller accounts, that if you tag us, we're going to see it. And this is why it's so effective if you guys can even share all those the information that is adding up that is not yet out there. I'm saying just assume it's not yet out there, because we're getting literally info from the ground. So
Yes, thank you, Rebecca. Aren't there American troops stationed in Syria? No, well, there might be still a few, but they started to take them off quite a while ago. Now, what is Kutiaba Pro saying? There are foreigners who attack, such as Chechens and Uyghurs. How do you say that word? Uyghurs. Keep finding out.
Oh, Chechens and Uyghurs?
The Uyghurs, yeah. That's how you say it, Uyghurs?
Uyghurs. Yeah, Chechens are the worst. They're what I always said? That my family is from, so my dad is from Georgia. And you know what he used to say?
What?
He used to say, next to the Kafkaz, the Arabs are cute.
Wow, that's a big thing.
Yeah.
So,
and then when October 7th happened and my grandpa looked at the news, I was like, why is anyone surprised? It's normal.
Yeah, some people were not surprised. I wasn't surprised.
I wasn't
the Syrian
surprised
media
either.
is lying and transmitting bad news, and all the Syrian people have come to view the Druze as terrorists. So basically, they're trying to portray the Druze as terrorists there and the terrorists as the good guys.
Mm-hmm.
We've been in that movie before.
Yeah, this is exactly something I touched on before.
So like I said, if there's anyone If there's
And they
anyone that
want to believe it for their peace of mind.
they believe so many lies, it's insane. If
Mhm.
anyone have anything interesting to share, here military jihad, drawback now. Okay, I just shared the post that you made, Rebecca. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just collaborated on that. Someone asked, Mansour, you're an ex-soldier. What do you think is Israel going to do? I guess something soon or not? Why are they so slow on giving help to the Druze? Why are the Druze who cannot go by the border with Israel? So let me try to break this very good question, by the way, into small pieces so we can answer every one of them properly. Let's start with the border. The Druze in the border with Israel are actually safe. They're the safest in Syria. Whatever Israel, conquered right now and is holding a territory in Syria, all the villages under it are the safest. They have medical care there. They're allowed to receive, humanitarian support aid, Starlink devices to get internet. They're sending their children, wounded people into Israel to get treatment, and they're being treated by the Israeli military doctors that are there. And also Israel is helping them establish their own hospitals. So basically anywhere that Israel goes, the Jews, and etc., it's a blessing. People are safe and happy and things are good. But as you will see here in the media picture that I'm going to show you, if you can see Sueda in the middle, and then Dara, that's the area of the Bedouins there. And then you have, Israel. So the Druze that are next to Israel, you see the Druze star on the left top corner, they're safe. They're very well. The Druze that are in the middle, in Sueda, they're stuck and cut off, and they've been attacked by ISIS, by Daesh, by the government, by everyone possible that is there trying to kill and annihilate them. So that is about that question. Now, as an ex-soldier, I was an officer in the army, and I was in the special forces, and I trained soldiers. I went to combat. I fought in wars. So I'm going to try to give you some of my insights about what is happening and why is it happening. Up until now, it was very hard for Israel to intervene when there was a skirmish between the Bedouins, Muslims, and the Druze, because, they attack a convoy, they'll shoot it, then they'll run with a kidnapped, businessman. The Druze will chase them, either kidnap some of them, and they will exchange prisoners. And it's very hard for Israel. It's not like there's a Syrian man sitting there with a tablet in the Druze mountain, and it's like command and conquer and CNC. He's telling you, okay, I see an attack over there, attack, and then the airplane who's just waiting for his command is going to shoot a missile immediately and take him down. And that was leading to some frustration among some of the Druze. They're feeling like, where is Israel? Why are they not helping? And I explained to some of them, guys, that this doesn't work that way. It's not that easy to send fighter jets on command and just go. And even a day or 2, 3 later, they're not going to go to that village with an Apache right now and start shooting some random guy standing and smoking a shisha or hubbly bubbly just because they look jihadists, which they probably are, but still, you don't do it that way. So it's very hard to intervene between these little skirmishes. But whenever there was a big assault on the Druze, Israel did intervene and stood by its word. Hands off the Druze. Last time, they made it very clear. They scared them. They shot a few of them with drones and air and fighter jets, and they landed a missile into the backyard of Jolani's palace, and he fled. He ran away. That was a big message for him. Hands off the Druze. Stay away from the southern area of Damascus. Don't go down to the border with Israel, because they don't want to have also an opportunity for another October 7. So that's why they're defending the minorities there, but also defending Israel. It's a very, the interests here are very aligned together. The security of the minorities in the southern border of Syria means also security of the Israelis. Very aligned together. Now, what happened yesterday, there was an attack on a convoy with, vegetables, food, and also some money, and some people got kidnapped. Food was taken by these proxies, these Bedouins, because the government can't go and attack the Druze. They're trying to portray the Druze as terrorists to get some legitimate international support so they can go and attack the Druze. Meanwhile, they're not trying to portray the Bedouins or the Jihad or Al-Qaeda. The people in their own military that have ISIS flags and Al-Qaeda flags, they're not the terrorists. Terrorists are the Druze who are trying to defend their family, women and children. So they're trying to do that. And with the help, I would say now, with more of the recognition and support of the Western international community, Europe, France, the United States, and others, they started feeling a little bit empowered, like, okay, we got the West on our side, we fooled them. Now we can go and actually attack the Druze and they won't do anything. So they tried that. They suddenly sent tanks and rockets and missiles drones and heavy artillery and joined with the military to these jihadists to go and kill the Druze. The Druze start fighting back. Now what happened is they didn't go to the mountain because they knew if they go to the mountain, they're going to get stuck, their casualties are going to be larger. So they said, we're going to attack these little villages around the Sueda. And when we attack these villages, the Druze are going to come out to the open and we can kill them. So they started that war. And then the Druze, basically that's when I started getting contacted fiercely by many of my friends and relatives in there, telling me, listen, something crazy is happening. I even called a few of them and I feel very bad for doing that. I called a few of them and I said, listen, man, can you please give me as much information as you can? I don't want to cry wolf, wolf. I want to help you. But I want to know if this is another skirmish between the tribes or is something bigger. And he told me it's bigger. And that's a very trustworthy source. I know him. He's very serious with his job, with his background, with the things that he's done in the past and doing now. Very talented young Druze man who got to work all around the world. And now he's in his home with his people trying to fight for them. And he told me, Mansour, this is big. They're coming with big forces. They're coming to annihilate us. They're coming to wipe us over from the map. And they're hoping that no one is going to intervene. And while he was speaking, I was talking to him. We're sending messages. We're talking with Khalifa and other and Rebecca. And then Israel went. And as he was talking to me, I have like a voice audio recording when he was telling me how dire the situation. Suddenly his voice break out of joy. And he tells me, I hear fighter jets in the air. I hear fighter jets in the air. And he cuts the line. And a few seconds later, he sees they just attacked them. They took some of their tanks. They laid waste to them, in this convoy. Israel is helping us. Thank God. They came here to save us. Little did they know that this was not the end. Israel did that, but then many of the jihadists fled, but it was not enough. And I explained that before. The way to fight radical Islam is by brute, consistent force. You don't stop. You continue. And you make it harder and harder until every one of them runs away or defeated. And, we lost Rebecca there for the battery. So what happened is the jihadists kept attacking with the government. Is to conquer a few villages. They managed to conquer a few of, I'll just mute you a little bit. And they kidnapped women and children. They killed their men, and many of them fled and started running into the Sueda, which is the big Druze center, the big city in the mountain. It's the biggest concentration of Druze on earth. Syria have the biggest number of Druze on the face of the earth, and most of them are in the mountain of Sueda. And as I showed you here in the media, in the map, the problem that Sueda doesn't have a connection to Israel. It's surrounded by radical Muslims from all over. And on the south, they have the border. On the south, they have the border with Jordan. And Jordan is just not opening the border to help them. So they're stuck there. They're running low on water and food and ammunition, even lower on ammunition. They've been telling me that ammunition is their biggest problem. And they just don't know how to keep fighting. And now this is a situation. My relative who was talking to me told me that his brother went to the front line and that he stayed home to defend his mom and his sisters. He doesn't have a weapon. His brother have. And he said that they're closing in closer and closer at them. And that if needs to be, then he will fight to the death in his home to defend his mother and sisters. And that is a situation of not only my relative, by the way, that's a situation of many, many Druze in Syria right now. So that was a quick recap. I'm just gonna mute myself because I received another message from one of my contacts. I try to keep their identity secret, so I can't have you hear their voice, but they're giving me updates live, from what's happening. So just, you can watch this video. I'm gonna put it on volume so you can watch it.
أكلوا دبابات أكلوا خرا الدروز صور محمد حط أمن العام السلام عليكم
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر من قبل وزارة الدفاع. الله أكبر
See, they're saying this is the Ministry of Defense, Syria, the army. They're sending military tanks and etc. to go and
الله أكبر
attack and disarm these Druze.
الله أكبر يلا توكلوا على الله يا أسود أسود الجيش السوري.
These are the Bedouin proxies and jihadists that are in the streets there. They're ambushing Druze who are trying to get out of the village to help. Thank you, Yoav. You know, whoever can go and protest right now and bring this out to the streets, it's very important. It's sad to say, but this is the only way that politicians, you know, they move and they care. When they see that the people that are going to vote for them care, then they care. Okay, we have another update here from the Druze from Syria. He's saying, by the way, these were army forces, military Syrian forces, if you can see here in the picture. Here, I'll stop it. It's International Security Command. So that's like clearly, you know, part of the government. But anyway, let's see what he's saying. Rebecca, I see you're back. I'm going to unmute you. Kutiaba Pro, he's a Druze from Syria, from Sueda, apparently, allegedly. I don't know the guy, but that's what he's writing here, and I'm going to take him for his word. I'm now leaving the live, but will share the latest development. Currently, the attackers are getting closer to the city at Sueda. Update, not development. Nora, I can text you on Insta with images, but keep my account private. I just got a... Thank you, Nora. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for anyone that is here. We have 728 people live for the last 3.5 hours. Rebecca.
Yes.
Honestly,
Sharing
thank
it
you
with
so
more
much.
people.
Next time when I'm in Israel, you know, you get shawarma on me, or vegan tofu falafel, whatever you choose.
No, please not vegan. Don't torture me like that.
Thank you.
No, I'm just saying it to my friends. And here, for example, like my friend Israeli, yeah, she was like, "What's happening in Syria? Like, what's up with the Druze? What's happening? Like, so hard to get information. This is what you do and what we do. It's like the reality is that it's hard for anyone to get information, even like journalists and anyone.
You know, this is insane. It's insane. 2 years ago, I was in the Caribbean sailing from Alaska to Hawaii. My life was completely different. I didn't think that I'll be spending 4 hours of my day arranging for someone to pick up my kid from the kindergarten so I can stay here and talk to, you know, a Jewish girl in Israel about the Druze in Syria and ask the world to help us bring this awareness, because Western media is not sharing it. And by the way, I just received, when I was muted, this last report from one of my sources in Syria. And he was outside with the men. So I think he was trying to impose morale, push morale among his colleagues and his friends. And he was saying, we are standing strong. We are getting ready. Today is going to be the final battle over Sueda. We are proud. We are strong. We're standing tall. Thank you so much. And we pray that Israel or anyone will come and help us. But we are ready for them. And that was the last message that I got from him. And these are the young, brave men and women in the
West. I'm sorry. Though I asked you all Westerners, please, we need to make land capture and takeover a norm ASAP. ASAP. That's the only way. Like, I cannot, like, these moral standards that the West has, people are dying because of it. And nobody's fighting it. And nobody's willing to say that sometimes you need to capture land to make sure that the people there are safe. And sometimes you need to, you know, just whatever, you know, like Israel expanding is not for Israel. It's for the world. And I don't say that because I think Israelis want to go there even. I'm pretty sure a lot of Israelis would be angry and mad about it. But sometimes it's like, you know what? How about instead of saying what sounds good, let's say what needs to be said.
Thank you. I'm just checking here my private message because apparently maybe someone sent a message. I know I don't see anything in the private one. But let me try to see if I can receive the message somewhere else.
Just I wonder if anyone did like a good summary of everything that's going on, because I think even Israelis are confused about what's happening. It needs to be written like in points as much as possible.
Thank you. Traveling Clat, he's a legend. I love this guy.
Yeah. Did text you?
Yeah, he just shared the video as well, a picture, praying for the Druze and bring it to the awareness. Bye, Kutiabo Pro. Stay safe, brother. We are here with you. Any way we can help, let us know. I made a promise to the Druze in Syria that I will let them use my channel as a voice while Western media is trying to silence them. I know my channel is small. I don't know how many followers do I have in YouTube even. Let's check.
How about I share this stream with some of my friends?
Please. Yeah. So yeah, I have 46,000 subscribers on YouTube and about the same kind of on Instagram. So I said I'm going to use every bit of my voice to help them, to be a voice for them. And that's why we've been
And it
here
works. Don't minimize your contribution. You do a lot. We just need more help. That's it. And I think. Oh, can you give another update about, like, can you give a rundown of everything that, like, when it started, how it started, what, how many cities were captured, what happens when a city is captured, and what is the situation right now in Sueda?
Yeah,
Maybe we
should I
should
start
open
now?
that up again, I think. Yeah, please.
All right. For those of you who don't know and who just joined the channel, there was an attack on the Druze community in Syria, orchestrated by the government, along with their proxies, which are the Bedouins living in the area around the city of Sueda. That area is isolated and it doesn't have a border connection with Israel. So they're on their own. They've been under a siege. And Israel made a very clear statement, hands off the Druze, and told Jawlani and his forces, you come down from Damascus, you break that treaty, we're going to attack you and stay away from the Druze, which are kind of a line of defense for the Jews in the south. These Bedouins started attacking, kidnapping Druze. Druze went and started attacking and bringing back their kidnapped people, and then the government used that as an excuse and started mobilizing what you will see right now as the video. I'll put some audio so you can hear. These are military tanks going down to the border with Sueda to attack. There's heavy armored vehicles here, anti-aircraft, including artillery. That's, for example, I think maybe that's a tank or artillery. That's an anti-aircraft vehicle, anti-personnel. These are military people. They're even asking them, which faction are you from? And why is that? You need to understand. In Syria right now, the government is built out of jihadist factions. We are the people of Al-Qaeda, we are the people of this guy and this guy and this guy, and some of them just have uniform, basically, and that is the government. I can't believe Wynet is saying that. If Wynet is saying that, like a bunch of liars. I'm talking to the Jewish people there. It's a very different story.
Here, there is one more optimistic message from Mira, who I think she's a Druze, Lebanese Druze.
Where is that? What's her name?
Mira, I'll send it to you one sec.
Is she here? Is she here in the chat, or where is she?
No, she's on X. Actually, you want to? I don't know if she can. Or she's from Lebanon. I don't think she can talk to us directly.
So I'll keep updating. So meanwhile, while the Druze are on the mountains there, the jihadists started attacking with these, jihadists and proxies, the villages around. So the Druze were forced to go out of the mountain to defend them, but then they got exposed and they got in the open, and they started getting killed. and they had to think like, are we gonna fight to save these villagers, or are we gonna kill them the way, or are we gonna go back? And they kept going trying to save them. Israel came and attacked with a few fighter airplanes apparently and took down some of these tanks, but that was not enough to stop them, and they took down already 3 Druze towns have fallen to the hands of the jihadists. That's a picture of a armored jihadist vehicle that was taken down by the Druze forces when they were rescuing their hostages and kidnapped people and bringing them back. And my relatives, I'm getting reports from my friends and sources and relatives in Syria, people that I've never met in person, most of them.
Here, Kanakir is back under Druze control and are in Mazra.
What is that? Say it again.
That Kanakir, I don't know, is back under Druze control and are in Mazra.
In Mazra, okay. Here you're seeing images of religious Druze men. That's a drone that they attacked them. These are an image of religious Druze, men who went to fight and captured some of these foreigner fighters and military people in Syria, some Chechens, some Orgs that came and they disarmed them. That's an image of a Christian brave man who died alongside the Druze.
Something good. Let me send something. Tommy Robinson answered me, so he's gonna just send good things. I'll send it. So
okay, who's Tony Robinson?
He is the British guy that was in jail right now for some time.
Oh, he answered you?
Yeah,
that guy is very, very known. Yeah, he's very famous. Didn't connect. What does he have to do with the Druze?
I said, hey, please share things. Like I said, please share, and he answered.
You are a legend, Rebecca.
Yay. I hope he does. But I feel like I'm so bad at having good information that is precise.
Yeah. So Khalifa here just said also the videos, that doesn't seem to be the case. Villages are falling, tanks are swarming in. Things look really bad for the Druze in Syria. As you can see here, so the green areas, that's the villages under the mountain that the Druze had to go down and try to defend. And they're being killed. And my relatives, as I was speaking with them, are sending me reports that, they're closing more on them.
Yeah.
And if you can see, I'm just doing a run through here for the people who just came. So I'll read you some of the reports I got in the morning. This was warnings that was sent in the Druze communication system in Syria. Ministry of Interior spokesman Nordin El-Baba. Interior and Ministry of Defense Forces entered Sueda in the early hours of the morning. We expect the situation, Sueda government, to be resolved by the afternoon. They thought like that. Outlaw groups who rely on using civilians as human shields for their own deployment. The recovery of the kidnapped is a matter of time, and anyone who wants to join the state operators can come in. So they're calling for civilians to come and help them save the kidnapped. Before initiating the security deployment plan, we communicate with all active parties in Sueda. The outlaws groups must, and then comes the next part.
Urgent statement. So close to the camera now.
What is that?
Sorry. I just noticed I'm super close to the camera, and I was like, oh, freaking much.
Nostrils are in the camera.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God. Too intimate. Sorry.
No, you have nothing to be sorry. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Honestly, I'm forever grateful. A statement issued by the spiritual presidents calling for international protection. Here at number 2, we are categorically rejected the entry of any security authorities into the area, especially the general security and the commission. You see, they're pretending to come as the police, the government, asking, let us go in so we can help you. And once they're in, it's a Trojan horse. It's a Khaybar ya Yahud. They go in and they start killing people. And that's what happened. Last night, police security personnel number 3 entered our administration borders under the cover of protection, but they bombed our border village and supported the Takfiri gangs using heavy weapons and drones. So they did the Trojan horse, came in as if the government official to help, and used that to bomb and kill and let the gangs go inside, plunder and kill. That's, what Islam has been doing for a very long time through the jihad, through the Hudna and etc. We have stories of Khaybar and other, stories of massacres of the Jews in the Quran, where this is exactly how they tricked them for a ceasefire. They opened the gates, they went, killed the man, and enslaved the woman and made them sex slaves. We hold the full responsibility. Number 4, we hold the full responsibility for anyone who participate or seek to bring public security into our areas and for all those involved in targeting our people and our land. Number 5, we repeat our urgent request to secure immediate international protection in order to protect the blood of our people. God help, and we will not hesitate to defend our dignity in our land, all by legitimate means. So this is just a quick recap of what's happening. Let me try to see if anything here in the comments. Yeah, the Chechens there for sure are working with the governments. The government of Syria even made an announcement not long ago. And they came and said they're asking for some kind of international support to give foreigner fighters that came to help them, the citizenship status of being actually real Syrians. So it's actually legal to have them go and kill their own citizens, because then it can go under the government. Yes, I'll send you in a second, Rebecca. And what happened is that they basically gave them the permission, and then they allow them to go and keep fighting and doing what they're doing. Have I spoken to my connections there? Yeah, I'm speaking to them. I'm going to try to send them another message to see if I can get some kind of more information from them. If there anyone consider helping them that is not in Israel, you know what, guys? That's a very tough question. What it looks right now, looks mostly like Israel is the only one helping. If anyone can get me to go and talk on any news platform, I'm being very serious right now, I'll do it. I've cleared all my day to come and try to bring this out using my platform. So the Druze needs our voices right now, and any way that we can do that, guys, we'll highly appreciate. To bring another update, the jihadists started mobilizing Grad missiles, rockets. These are very heavy rockets. You don't use these ones to shoot on a village. These are a clear threat to Israel, guys. By the way, the chances that they're going to shoot them on Israel is probably higher than they're going to shoot them on a Druze village. Let's be honest. They don't have bomb shelters in these Druze villages. Their houses are made of very simple materials. It would literally flatten the whole village. One missile like this lands in the middle for 100-meter radius. Everything's going to be flattened, or hundreds even. So it's not like Israel lands in Tel Aviv and then bomb shelters can absorb the damage. This is very serious. Hezbollah had this threatening Israel. Iran was using that. These are very serious weapons. Rather Russian weapons, and they're not to be joked with. So these are images that I've been receiving from my contacts, and telling me, here you can see they're driving down with these Katyushas and these pickup trucks, Toyotas, ready to go and just slaughter civilians, slaughter innocent people. That is what's happening. The terrorists now controlling Al Mazrah town. We need urgent intervention now. That's what they're sending. So guys, I'm going to try to send... What is that?
Can you send me those things?
I'll send you right now.
Yeah, perfect. I want to share it. Where is the vice guard, really? Come on, I talked to Stefan already. Why are they so slow? Here, look, those things take time. You need to write it properly. You need to, make sure you're not making stuff up. It's time.
Oof. Let me send you the pictures, Rebecca.
Yeah, okay. Let me go through the chat since you're doing something else right now. Wonder what people are saying.
Yeah. Here, I'll put this video on audio so they can hear it.
People are like, where are the updates? It's so funny.
I'll give you an update in a second, guys. Sorry, just doing things simultaneously.
Oh, nice. This one is a good one. Friends, please pile on Ynet and Jerusalem Post with spreading the two-faced Jolani narrative. How do you say Viseguard? Viseguard?
Visgard, I think.
Viseguard. I'm just, waiting.
Here, I sent you.
Awesome.
Just, make sure that you look at them, double check them, see that there's no any. I checked them already, but do a double check to see that there's nothing that can put people in harm's way.
You sent me one that is one-time watch. Is it on purpose or by mistake? Oh.
Do you get them?
Yeah, no, I got them. Okay.
From the Jerusalem Post, U.S. Republicans in Israel are urging the Trump administration to respond to threats facing Syrian Jews, stressing the need to protect them as they are allies of Israel and the U.S.
Nice. Did it happen already? That's beautiful. Beautiful.
It didn't happen. He said that they're urging him.
No, but did the Jerusalem Post write it?
Maybe, I guess if he said that, maybe.
I mean, unless he made up that title, and then it's very, very sad.
I don't think...
Fun stuff, amazing stuff. Did anyone do I feel like I'm alone. Am I alone? Okay. Did anyone do a good military style a list of whatever happened?
I'm not so sure.
Israeli accounts that do that. So where are they? Once they're good with it.
Here's something that I read, a message that I just got from a Muslim in Syria, former Muslim, but he can't really share that because he'll get killed. Because he's a liberal, open-minded person. That's what they do for people like that. And
yeah,
the radical Islam of the Middle East. So he said this: thanks you for being live and talking about what's happening in the south. Our Druze friends are in real bad position. That's a Muslim from Syria.
Yeah.
And you can't understand the hatred this new government is spreading. I have a schoolmate in Sueda. He's been offline for the last 30 hours. I'm not able to share the link here. I want to share the video of the jihadists raiding houses and breaking in stores, stealing and destroying everything in front of them.
So can you share this text with me so we can alter it from a Muslim in Syria, like a message from text from them? Without the photo.
Yeah, I will take away the identification. I'll share that with you so you can help amplify this voice. But yeah, there you go.
Thanks. Yeah. as we say.
Let me see if there's any. We're gonna close to we're gonna get close to wrapping up this episode, guys, and maybe I'll come back later because I need to go and pick my kid and make him dinner, and then I'll jump again and give you another update. Meanwhile, let me just read the comments here, see if there's anything. Ainora, thank you so much. If you get something, send me. I haven't received yet from you, but once you get something, please send me because I can't see his contact. But thank you so much, Ainora. You're a legend for standing here and standing with us. Mansour, take my comment. What is your comment? Rebecca, get to Arif, Moses, and Israel girl. Also, you can contact them right now.
I talked to Arif, but I didn't talk to Revital yet, so I talked to her.
Who's Arif?
He is an ex-Muslim from India. Has a big channel.
Good.
And
good.
he knows already, so thank you. Like I talked to him. Like I talk to people while I'm here. That's why I'm like.
Mhm. Want live updates? Yeah, you've been getting live updates, guys, for the last 4 hours. I'm just getting my throat is thirsty. What is the nationality and the religion of the Druze people? So the nationality depends on the country that they live in. They live in Syria, they're Syrians. They live in Israel, they're Israelis. Lebanon, they're Lebanese. They're loyal to the land, they're loyal to the ground. And they're basically the best citizens you can ask. They have no intention of converting you. They want to support, pay taxes, work, just be left alone to practice their faith. The only place, sadly, they can actually do that is in Israel. The rest of the places they don't, and they have to fight for their life. The religion is a Druze religion. It's a mix of all religions together. It's like a new age, ancient, old, new religion. 1,000 years old, new age. They basically came and took all religions, said they're all right. They all point to the same God. And different ways pointing to him, and they respect and tolerate all religions: Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hindu, reincarnation. They kind of say everyone believe what you want to believe, as long as you make your people focus on becoming better version of themselves, and we will tolerate and accept you and anyone who comes to our village. That's why if you go to a Druze village, they don't care which religion you are. Actually, they're going to get excited and want to hear more about your religion because they tolerate all religions and they love all religions. And I'm not so sure who is Alex Tessilid 8. He can probably
I
refer
know
you
him,
to.
but I don't know how to contact him.
So, guys, if you have anyone that you think that I should talk to and you can connect me with, I'll be more than happy. I promise the people in Syria that I will use my platform to amplify their voice, and that's what I'm doing. Oh, dang it. I forgot to tell the person picking up my kid that I locked his bike with my chain. Parents' problems. Opa, look at this. Thank you, Rebecca and Mansour. I'm a Syrian Druze. We need to become part of Israel right now and split our land from the Stairs Jolani regime. Go back. Yes, to become part of Israel. Amen, inshallah. Honestly, I would wish anyone in the Middle East to become part of Israel. Anyone in the Middle East that becomes part of
That
Israel
are
is
good
going to
people.
win. Yeah, the bad ones are just going to end up like the
Yeah.
Palestinians. But anyone who is really good and wants peace is going to flourish, is going to have democracy, freedom of right, freedom of religion, opportunity to study, to create his own business, to become prosperous, to support his children, safety, security, medicine, social insurance, stuff like that. If you talk to many of the Arabs, they won't talk to you about big stuff like, political. They'll tell you social insurance, medical care. My mom is ill. She can go to the hospital. They'll take care of her. My daughter, stuff like that. They care about the small things sometimes. The people just want to live. And they get that in Israel, so I really pray that they will get that chance. For those who don't know, also the Druze are the children of Jethro. They see themselves as descended directly from Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses, Moshe, the father of Zipporah. Moses married Jethro, was one of the ones that helped Moses to train him how to lead a nation. He taught him how to be a shepherd and how to be a leader. And later on, he went back and asked, let my people go. So the Druze see themselves connected to the Jews from ancient days already. I'm just going to go through the comments here to make sure that I answer everyone, and then I'm going to take a break. Someone think that Shauna is the Mossad? Oh, well, okay.
No, Shana is my love.
Yeah, I know. She's much more badass than the Mossad, guys. You don't underestimate
Yeah, the
Shauna.
Mossad is overestimated.
Yeah, they go to Shauna to train before they
Exactly.
do big operations. Well, I believe refused to be a stream with Armin. No. So I did not refuse to do a stream with Armin, by the way. He scheduled a podcast with me way back. I'm going to give you an update right now.
And then you fell asleep. I know this story. I've been there.
Yeah, I fell asleep with my kid. I put my kid to bed, fell asleep. I didn't wake up. And since then, I've been trying to reach him and tell him that, nothing personal, but he didn't.
Wait, did it really?
Yeah, I sent him a message.
Again?
No, not again. One time. Happened one time.
Wait a minute. What happened with me?
With you also. Right.
Yes, you also fell asleep with your kid. Oh, I was
Guys,
just joking.
Yeah, again.
And I was like, did you fall asleep again?
Yes. So it happened with him as well.
So that's what happened.
The story
You
of being
really
a father,
did fall
guys.
asleep
You read
again.
your kid the bedtime story and he puts you to bed. So I missed one with him, and then I missed one with you, but I was able to jump out of bed, remember? And I came with like red eyes, and we did a podcast. So with him, I told him, but he never replied to me. So if anyone can pass on that message, it was nothing personal. I literally just fell asleep with my kid. Okay, here's an update that I got from my relatives in Syria. Our men are collapsing from lack of ammunition. The huge numbers we are fighting with must be intervened immediately.
Yeah. Okay, you send it to me?
I'll send you that. I'll send you the talks with him. That's a very good one to share.
Yeah. Insanity. Okay, I think we should also rest. I agree with that notion.
Yes. Just making sure that I see all the comments. Yeah. All right, Rebecca, I will send you that message. Everyone who came, it's been 4 hours of reporting this. I'm going to have to run and get my kid, make him dinner. And then I'm probably going to come back again in the evening to give you more updates of what's happening.
Yeah.
Please don't forget, share this, share everything that you heard here. Help the Druze have a voice out there. I thank anyone who came and stayed with us until now. There's 747 people live with us listening. That just shows me that the people do care. This is a live video that was made like this. We didn't put like a update, and people came. So people care about the Druze, people care about the Christians, people care about minorities, the Alawites, the innocent people in Syria, the Muslims who are trying to live peacefully there. And when Western media doesn't care, at least I know that people do care. And that's why it's important that we help share these things, because that's the difference between us, small channels, to the big, covered propaganda news outlets out there. They have, government funding. And they will push a narrative even if it's not true. We are actually trying to give you the truth from the ground, and hopefully can bring people to understand what is happening with the Druze right now in Sueda, in Syria. I'm going to keep you updated to the Druze right now in Sueda. If you're watching this, stay strong, stay brave. We're with you. And hopefully Israel will intervene very time soon and help save you from the hands of these jihadist radicals. I know you're fighting with everything that you have. I know you've lost some friends and some dear ones. And I know that you had some of your members kidnapped. You brought some of them back. You were able to go and fight back. But right now, you're all being closed right now into the last stronghold of Sueda. Stay strong, and I pray that we manage to bring you as much attention and the support of the West. I'm going to use my channel, my voice, as much as I can for you guys to be your voice. So if you have anything, reach out to me on Instagram, or some of you might have other ways to contact me, and share with me whatever you think is important to be shared with the world, so we can let your voice go out there. That's my message to the people in Syria, not only the Druze, but the Christians, the Alawites, and the peace-loving Muslims who want actually a better future for themselves. If you want, you can choose my platform right now. I'm going to put it out there, and I'm going to share anything that can help bring stability to this region. God bless you guys. Stay safe. Rebecca, thank you so much.
Thank you, and may the Druze and the Jews have a better future ahead of us. We just have to fight on, fight, and please, guys, support us.
Yes, we're never going to give up. Rebecca, stay with me. I'm just going to stay to close the stream here.